we go. Now it's working. Perfect. Flawless. Amazing. I heard there's new bloodline ascendencies. I haven't seen them yet. It's open on my other monitor. Let's pull it up. I know nothing about it, and I'm not going to read chat until I read all these, I think. Let's see. There's new power. Yada, yada, yada. We already know all this. Alrighty. Herald bloodline. What do we got? Oh, I see Warcry speed at the top. Is that a small node? That's a lot of Warcry speed. 25% increased Warcry speed. Paths to minion shit? The fuck? Minion? Why would they... A second minion thing? That's a travel node that has a fucking Spectre cap? Bro, minions shouldn't exist. Is this not clear? Okay, alright, whatever. We'll continue. Raised beast specters have Feral's ferric presence, have 3 additional modifiers randomly chosen in each area. They get a bunch of accuracy. Minions don't need accuracy. Minions don't have accuracy. They have built-in guaranteed hit chance. 100%. This... I guess it's giving it to you? So it's like a buff specter? It's an aura. I mean, that's a decent aura, but like, specters fucking die. So is this what all of these are? They're all, it's specter auras. Damn. The problem is like, these, I don't know if you can make these things survive without a lot of investment in T17s. I'm trying to, I mean like, in old content when we played DD and we had like our colossal specters, those things did not die. Those things never fucking died. But like that was T16 content. I don't know how much life specters have with like no investment. If you raise the highest life specter that has built-in block chance for attacks, which I think is still the giant gladiator statue, I think. Like, how much is it even gonna have? Is it gonna live? Because like, if it lives, this is Trickster. This is also pretty sick. Bunch of damage, good amount of regen. This is neat, but like, I just don't know if they're gonna live. Only beast? Oh, they're all beast only? I mean, bristle mages have a bunch of HP, but I don't think any beasts have baseline block chance. Turtle? Do those have higher HP than the old Spectre HP cap? They do? If they can survive, this is not a bad ascendancy at all, by any means. Because, I mean, turtles are slow. You can meat shield and like convocate automation them if you have enough gems. This is a bunch of it's a bunch of gem investment. Like we're talking like 4 to 6 gems of investment probably. So most builds can't really do that, but the ones that can, these are all very good. Like hypothetically, if this wasn't some Spectre bullshit, and it just said like if you just got this power, these would all be exceptional ascendancies. Well, this crit one not so much. But the right one and the bottom one would be exceptional 2-point ascendancies if they were reliable. But with the opportunity cost and uncertainty of Spectre aura radius and whatnot, unsure. But it's kind of cool. I like it. Trigger level 27 Spectre Tiger on crit. Summons a Tiger companion that attacks nearby enemies and does it after duration. Each tiger gets you a buff. But we don't know what the numbers are. This could be neat. It's like Herald of Purity, but they're all buff. They're all, they're just buffs instead of like attacking. It also gives you allies for Rallying Cry if you're an attack build and like weren't playing Herald of Purity. Which could be relevant in some cases, but probably not very many. But that's kind of neat. Alright. Lysia bloodline. She cute. Wood. Alright. Curse effect pathing. Create profane ground, which also procs malediction. And also gives you chaotic might. So you get 100% increased crit chance, some extra curse effect, 10% increased damage taken, and then you get a bunch of physicals extra. But like, it's profane instead of consecrated, and you have to have it reliably. If you have like consecrated ground last longer, like lingers, does that make profane ground linger, or do you have to use rational doctrine? Not really sure how that works mechanically. But like, once again, like if you actually have all these bonuses active, it's pretty high value. Herald buffs on you. Herald skills have more buff effect for every 1% of max mana they reserve. Herald skills and minions from Herald skills deal 1% more damage for every 1% of maximum. Wait, mana they reserve, life those skills reserve. So if you reserve life, they do more damage. If you have reserve mana, they get buff effect. 20% Pathing Herald. 2% more for every 1% mana they reserve. So right off the bat, with nothing, anything, it's 1200 flat with some investment. How is it 1200 flat? Oh, because it's more? Wait, no. But an elementalist? Oh shit, I forgot. They have increased effective Herald, right? So you have some increase and some more. That's neat. Are those the only good heralds nowadays? Like, it used to be Herald of Ash. Herald of Ash used to be the best herald by far for like fizz conversion setups. But yeah, more effect, pretty neat, I guess. Half conversion to chaos. Are there other ways to convert to chaos that are like not like it's like consuming dark, infernal mantle, if that still has it? Consuming voltaic burst does partial conversion to chaos, right? And that gives you the rest of it. Could be D for one of those ascendencies. Don't care for any of the builds I'm playing so far, I don't think. Principal one, embrace madness skill. Why are we wanting to be mad? Inflict mania on nearby enemies for every second. Grants. Yeah, we know what that does. Mania applies increased damage taken, reduced speed, reduced life, and its recovery rate 15 stacks. So at full stacks, yeah, like if you're already playing the boots, it's good. Mainly because the boots can bypass the cooldown. If you want to, and turn it on and off. You can try playing the debuff expires faster setup things, but I haven't fucked with it before. I don't know. I feel like I would rather just remove them every now and then. But yeah, the Herald one, I don't know how much investment you need to get like that those flat numbers, but that is a lot of fucking flat for sure. And Heralds are cool as well. That's neat. All right. Aside from that, 10% increased life recovery rate. Whoa. Take 40% less damage from hits. 4 seconds after each hit you take, lose life equal to 40% of the damage taken from that hit. Non-cluster jewels socket. Wait, what? Why? That is dumb. You think you can socket jewels in the clusters and still get value from them? I doubt it. I think your only jewels are going to be large cluster, medium cluster, small cluster. But The problem, like, unique jewels are just way too strong nowadays. It's a cool idea, but like, why is there I'm spending 2 points for it. Why is there a downside? Grants level 20 Misty Reflection skill. Grants level 20 skill. Dash backwards, leaving a short-lived mist of yourself. Like that can be damaged by enemies and copies that are killed by the enemy by a debuff. Nah, fuck that. Alright, Katarina. Minion life. What the fuck is this? There's a second minion ascendency? What? Why are 2 out of the 6 things minions? Alright, what do we got? A bunch of personal stats per minion. I don't really care about any of that. Those numbers aren't high enough to everyone to really fuck with, I don't think. Like, the best one by far is SRS, because you cast so many of those. It's just like haste for SRS builds. Basically, but like, I mean, are you spending 2 points to just get... I guess if you're playing an SRS build that also uses other ones as well, yeah, like 12% defense is okay, but like... It's not that insane. I think like an SRS build that's also playing Spectres for support stuff is good. Like if you're a full Spectre build, you have what, 10 Spectres these days? You have 12? So like, that's a lot of increased defenses. That's neat, but like, fucking minions. Alright, offering effect, offering skill, effective damage with targets. Wait, what? So if you're a Necro that affects you, it just kills you. So 50% increased effective offerings, but it kills them. Alright, so you shouldn't look at this top line when you're reading a node like this, because if this was the only line on this point, you wouldn't take it for 2 points. It's not good for 2 points. So the good part of this node is your minions dying. Like, that's the point. The only way it's ever useful is if you're intentionally using it to kill your minions, to like, why are we killing our minions? Like, when they die, they'll don't even proc minion ability, right? Don't they have to reach the life, not just die? I'm not sure how that works. But like 2 points to get 50 offering effect is only even remotely valuable if you're playing all 3 offerings. And of course the downside, if you're like an actual minion build, is weird. Dude, actual 3 minion nodes, that's crazy. Minions deal 50% more damage on low life. Minions cannot be killed. This is pretty neat for, like the thing is there's already a medium minion life cluster that kind of solves this for, well, solves it kind of, well, I think that, doesn't that one make it so they're invulnerable for 4 seconds, and then they would then die and last 6 more seconds? So it's kind of neat for making squishy minions that are temporary last for a long time, like 10 full seconds. But like, why is there, if there's one more fucking minion node, I'm gonna explode. There better not be. Alright, I don't see minion at first glance. Alright, let's go. Bunch of charge duration. And then you get one of these 2 things. I mean, Discipline Wrath isn't like the worst thing in the world. Has no endurance charges means your build is bad, and these auras aren't even good anymore. These auras also aren't very good anymore, and no frenzies. Or no, it's not an either. It's no one's maximum. So you'd have to have -3 minimum charges, or -3 max charges to. Hyro node. I mean, would you spend 2 ascendency points to only get 50 aura effect for one singular aura? I don't think so. Not for most auras. One of the only ones you'd ever consider that is if it was more, maybe. If it was more, definitely you could. Like Wrath for spellcasters is huge damage. You could. But increased is kind of rough. Alright, what's next? 15% global defense pathing node. Action speed can modify to global base value. If you have equipped boots with no socketed gems. Damn, another one of these. So a lot of ways to make your action speed not get fucked. Like if your build always downside, yeah, it is interesting that basically everything is upside downside when you're paying 2 points for them. Like that is the downside. The best one here by far is the action speed thing. The aura bot nodes, yeah, I mean, aura bot could get some value from these in some cases. I'm always thinking about these from the perspective of I'm playing a character in solo play with no minions, obviously, because those are cringe, and I'm killing monsters myself, and I have to survive myself, and but yeah, it's just like every build uses like every fucking gem socket nowadays. Like almost every build that I'm pobbing, I'm thinking about unset rings. I'm thinking about like, do I lose 7% damage or like 8% damage by using my last gem socket? So like it's a huge opportunity cost to lose 4 sockets and 2 passive points to get a line of text that often isn't even worth 2 points on its own. Abyss equipment stocks up though. That is true, because it's no socketed gems, not jewels. So you only lose like you gain an abyss socket as well. That is something to think about. Right, let's see it. Oh, fucking ward ascendancy. Jesus. All right. Trigger level 20 ward shatter when your ward breaks. Explodes when your ward is broken, dealing physical items around you equal to a percentage of your ward. Why is there a letter A there instead of the number? And inflicting inhibition on hit. A debuff that lowers movement speed and turns off recovery. What number would make it good? I mean, if it was like a number higher than 100%, and then you could proc like, you know, some ailment off of it, like if you converted this shit to fire and proc ignite or something, maybe, but like a percentage of, I will almost always assume is less than 100%. But like, I just don't understand why the number isn't there. That's kind of weird. And this is damage taken bypasses unbroken ward if the hit does less than 50% of ward. This is actually a good one. Like, that node is actually useful. Defensively, of course. And the problem is ward is hard to obtain in high quantities for low investment. But this is actually useful. Like, your ward does nothing unless it is really important. Like, normally ward is bad because if you get hit by one little fucking spark that does 2 damage and didn't even notice it, it just goes away and then it's unreliable, it's gone. But this makes it actually useful for avoiding one-shots with ward, but like, let's see what this is. 5% to restore ward on hit. I... Wait, is that on... It's on my hit. Not when I'm hit, right? I'm ready for there to be some stupid fucking ward shadow restore ward on hit hitting 90 times per second build that actually is good somehow, but defensively, I don't care about that really at all. Less damage taken over time while unbroken ward, faster restoration, don't really care. Yeah, the thing that that like stands out the most to me as being useful is this. Blah. Scroll down, why for the Rue? Yeah, Damnation. Does Damnation set all of your charges maximum to 0? Is that how it actually works, or just mean you can't gain them? I forgot the wording on this. It does make it 0? Like, that is a cheap way to get minimum and maximum. The problem is minimum and maximum, when they're increased, just isn't that strong. Like, for reference, Discipline gives you 217 ES. So that's 100 flat ES. Or no, sorry. Yeah, it's like 100 flat ES. The Wrath one is okay. Like, this one is most likely to be useful if you had minimum maximum. But I'm just picturing a world where this said Discipline and Wrath have 50% increased aura effect. And that was it. We just get rid of this whole power charge thing. We just pretend it's not there. If only this was here, when would I be speccing this point? For 2 points. On what build? And like the only answer that I can think of is like an energy blade converting to spell blade fucking spellcaster kind of thing that's using like Wrath for more damage. That'd be boring. Well, yeah, but that's how you should think about power. Like, if all of the power from this node you had for free with no downsides you had to worry about, would it be good? And if the answer is no, why are there downsides? Why are there conditions? Why is it hard to obtain the power when I'm spending 2 points? Like, these really remind me of, like, the Affliction Ascendencies. When, like, you were getting those... I mean, even those didn't have so many downsides, and those were free. AoE 2 and its impacts on society. Yeah, like there's so many fucking upside downside. Why? Maybe they are permanent? Well, they are permanent. I'm pretty sure these are intended to be core. Like the schizophrenic one, even with this downside for some builds, I think is still going to be playable. Is the numbers on mana caps that's crazy? Oh yeah, if you're already playing a Glorious Madness build, this is really good. Like if you're already doing this intentionally, but like it's like a Quinn system where it's like ramping over time. But if you weren't already playing the boots, if you weren't already solving Glorious Madness, you wouldn't spend 2 points and then solve this debuff, which is really fucking hard to solve. Like for reference, this is most people probably don't even know what these boots do because like they're so unusable normally until this patch when they nerfed it. This is the kind of upside power you normally get for turning on Glorious Madness, like 20 double dam, 15 fort. All damage always poisons, 40% explode. Like this is massive fucking power. And obviously it's also a boot slot for that, but that's normally the amount of power you're getting for having to deal with madness. And this is like nowhere near the level of power of like the boot effects, ignoring this one. These are kind of mediocre. But boot effects are crazy. Like using the boots, like these boots and then also doing that you could, but even if I'm already solving Glorious Madness, even if I'm already immune to the downsides of Glorious Madness, do I want to spend 2 points for this effect? For this ramping effect? I don't know if I do. Like 2 ascendency points. I feel like I only would on like a dedicated bosser that was bad at bossing. Like the goal is to kill things in less than 15 seconds. Travel Note is good. Yeah, true. The Travel Note helps you. I'm very aware some senses don't have good 8 points. Don't worry. I'm very aware. But I'm just viewing this in the same line as like the all ascendancy. Like right now, remove the Glorious Madness, and this ascendancy says nearby enemies take 4% increased damage, 2% reduced speed, and have reduced recovery rate every second, ramping up. With no downside whatsoever, nothing to worry about, just no downside at all. Is that worth 2 points? On bad builds that are often running into like recovery problems and like fighting super tank things, maybe, but on good builds, like I don't think I would. On some builds, maybe, but not on that many. Schizophrenic one is definitely the one that sticks out to me most of this thing. For sure. Because, like, some builds might not really have that many good jewels, especially in Self-Found. Like, if you're in Self-Found, you don't have your fucking timeless bullshit paired with Light of Meaning, paired with all, like, the random fuck you jewels, with Unnatural Instinct. You know, if you're wearing, like, fucking Life 2 damage mod jewels, those aren't that good. In reality, like, for 2 points, those aren't that good. So, like, you could. Yeah, Life Max jewels are pretty good. Someone's only have one tool for CB immunity. CB immunity is not really necessary on almost any character ever. And the ones where it is necessary, just get it on a cluster. But yeah, like this could be pretty solid. CDR and Self is crazy. It might be. I like casting breakpoints, just literally walk in here and get fucking life recovery rate and 15 CDR and call it a day. I can see it. They're running good with Cyclone Shockwave Slayer. Uh, I wasn't thinking Slayer as much because like Slayer for that build, Slayer has 4 pretty good ascendancy points, and that build has damage problems. So sacrificing a damage ascendancy for this is probably not ideal. I was thinking more like some Zerker shit, where like you only have 3 good nodes on Zerker. If you're just like Rite of Ruin, fucking Carnage Zerker, and you don't like Defy Pain, you could play with this. Is it worth on Jug? It could be. One of the biggest problems with anything related to bottom left classes, like all the Marauders, like Fizz Light of Meaning on every Marauder build did 20% more damage. And that's farmable. And then Watcher's Eye too. It's so hard. Unless Jewel, like, if Jewels still work in your cluster tree, it's like, I can't imagine them considering your cluster Jewels as not part of your passive skill tree. I'd be like 90% it's not going to work. Binge have 2 Jewels Lockets. Well, small cluster Jewels don't have Jewels Lockets at the end of them. So you just end all of them with like full cluster setups. Like this thing definitely could be a thing. Unfortunately, it does lose life, which means I can't use it on CI, and every build is CI, but you know. This one could be a thing, even with that horrendous downside. Mainly in the earlier parts of the game. One thing I'm not certain about though, if I get hit for 100, am I losing 40 life after 4 seconds? Or am I losing 40% of 60? You think 24? I think 24 too. Is damage taken from the hit, not the damage of the hit? Yeah. Like this number is definitely post mitigation, of course, which has to mean it also includes this mitigation. 40, 60, but 4 times. It's just once after 4 seconds. At the worst, just 60% DR. Yeah. Oh, like so. When I first looked at it, I was like, "Fuck this downside." And when it comes to end-game trade league, fuck this downside. But if I'm playing self-found and I don't have those good jewels, this is definitely like the best defensive option of all the things we've seen so far. Like, there's a very real chance that I could play this on like a slammer if I wanted to. And just put those in the clusters? I doubt it. Semu? Oh yeah, you have to do Semu to get it. Slammers can do Semu pretty easily. Like the best jewel that I'm gonna have by the time I'm... The thing is, Slammer doesn't wear Watcher's Eye, because you don't want auras. So like the only good jewel I have is Light of Meaning. Yeah, it's 15 waves. Semu's super easy to farm, and all you have to do is like not get double boss on like a bad way like once. Fuck off, Bank. Yeah, this one's good. When I first looked at it, I was like, the downside. In Self-Found though, when you don't have good jewels, on builds that don't have good jewels, it's good. That's a lot of defense. That's like a lot of defense. Trigger somewhere else has a bad force ascendency node, right? Well, I mean, if I had to choose between Defy Pain and this, I feel like I would take this. Because this is enough defense that I'm probably going to stop worrying about multi-hit deaths. That's a lot of fucking defense. Because when it comes to worrying about actually dying, you don't really care about the lose life part. It's very rare that you're in danger, and then you're also in danger 4 seconds later. Like if you get chunked to half HP, you've already killed whatever chunked you, and then your casting damage taken is procced probably, and then like you're already full life again, and but yeah, like for Zerker Slammer, you can go like the Rite of Ruin, Carnage, Warbringer setup if you want to. And in softcore, I would do that, of course. But I've been playing around almost always with Defy Pain. And this is better than Defy Pain. Before you have Light of Meaning. And like the points you previously spent on 2-point jewel sockets, you're just gonna spend on this like small life clusters in your cluster setup, probably. Because you still have to play one cluster setup, unfortunately, for your medium. It's so important, but that's pretty decent. Like this will help Slammer get to a much tankier point, I think. Misty Reflection again, I don't care. If this 4-second number right here was like 15 seconds, I think it would have very high potential for certain content. Like content where you're face tanking bosses for a long time, like doing like some dumbass Valdo maps, fighting some like crazy juice, like div card juiced up boss. If you could actually reliably have this debuff on them always, it's good for those scenarios, but like that's kind of it. 4 seconds is too short for something that's temporary like that. But what if the dash backwards, like you're talking about a 10-second putty animation, what if it's like fucking Genji dash from Overwatch, where you just like instantly yeet back like your entire screen, because you can just put your cursor backwards and use it to go forwards. What if it's the best move skill of the game? What if it has no cooldown and just yeets you across your screen? Who knows? Boats clearing Sims Elite League. I feel like on a level like 98 Slammer, I could walk into Sim and probably win. On like most level 98 Slammers in Self-Found. Like post 6 link, all modern bases, suppression cap. I'm pretty sure I'd win in most scenarios. Like you might get a wave, you have to leave, but like you can just farm another set and try again. The first 10 waves would always be free, and you just have to like not be too unlucky at the end. My self cap at 98, maybe 99. It depends on how you play, but you're right that it's pretty unlikely, unless you really rushed it, that you'd have it at 98. But 99, if your goal is to gear a Slammer, you'll for sure have it at 99. Yeah, that one we liked a lot. Katarina one, if you are a minion build, Umbral Arm, yeah, I'm sure it's probably pretty good. I don't really know, like, what do minion builds even play these days? Like, what are they still Necro? And like, do they have 8 good points? Because like, if minion builds, like, if Spectre builds didn't have 8 good points and they played like CI or some kind of like multi-defense hybrid, like some Evasion ES setup, an Armor ES setup or something, 120% increased defenses for yourself is pretty good. But, like, minion shouldn't exist, so like, Minion ascendency. What build in the game can just drop 4 sockets and not care? That's also a good build. Burning Arrow. Yep, that's the one I was thinking of. Instat KB. How does KB have that many open sockets? I felt so starved in my run. Between like your auras, your spell slinger, your cast damage taken, your move skill, your mark on hit, your fucking... I didn't feel that... Maybe it's different on the higher version? Because the higher version does not have 4 points in their ascendency to click. They only have 3. So like Hyro KBF clustering gets any of these for free. Like they get one for free. And it's a question of which one's the best one. But also one thing about this Delirious one, this little keystone right here, if you're like a Mind Over Matter build, or a hybrid build where you're splitting your damage taken between life and ES, all of this life loss is life loss. It is not going to take it from your ES and your mana. So that can be very dangerous on hybrid builds that convert like parts of their damage taken. I think at least. I think it'd work that way. Abyss Jewel Stacker. Yeah, it's possible Wanderers can, but I'm thinking like Mark on Hit, Spellslinger, the new Force of Walt shit. Like, do you really have that much space? I don't know. But they might get free action speed immune if they actually can do that. And yeah, the ward stuff is, I don't really like ward. So Delirious Bloodline, we like the less damage taken from hits in certain self-found scenarios before you have good jewels. I think... What was the travel node to that one? Life recovery rate? That's a good travel node too. So yeah, that one definitely stands out. But like the reality is, this is still, I'm pretty sure, a lot worse than an ideal scenario with the Val Bloodline with full corrupted gear. Because you get to use Jewel still, and then you get like the max res, the 30% over life stuff. Alright, back to Lysia, round 2. This conversion shit, I don't think I ever care about. I can't think of a scenario where I care about half convert to chaos. Unless you're playing that one thing. Yeah, just the Herald skill. Like, this Herald skill node could be really good. But if you'll notice, there's no downside on this node. So that's going to get added later, probably. And top left. Profane Ground, Bottled Faith. Yeah, like, also affects you and your allies, granting Chaotic Might. So Profane Ground grants you Chaotic Might, which should mean that it scales with ground effect. But I don't like, if you have increased effective Consecrated Ground, but you convert it to Profane, does that increase effective Profane Ground? I don't know how that works. I've never done that shit before. You doubt it? I doubt it too. So you probably can't scale these numbers very easily for this 30 Physics Chaos. But this is a lot of the thing is, Consecrated Ground is also good. Does Consecrated Ground still increase crit chance of targets on it? No, no, yes. I think it's no with Watchers. I think it's only life regen and curse reduction, right? Yeah, that's all it is nowadays. But like it's a lot of regen. It's a lot of regen. And it's instead of, which means you can't have Consecrated Ground ever again, right? So this is a lot of power. Like 2 points to, you know, get 20 curse effect, 100 increased crit, malediction, and chaotic might. This is a lot of power if it's reliably always up on whatever you're fighting. So I definitely see this as being real. Just get on Pathfinder with Flask. That makes sense. Like, you're already playing Silver Flask. But like, do you care about Business Chaos in that build? It's neat. Like, this one actually has 2 good nodes. That's crazy. But yeah, Farewell to Flesh. This definitely has some value. Like, these 2 are pretty solid. These 2 are pretty solid. Schizophrenic is solid in certain scenarios. Back to Ferrule. Attack speed per minion up to 80%. I don't really know about that shit. Cat, Perfect Tiger. Yeah, we don't have numbers in this one, so who knows? Like, the numbers on Hunt Leader could make it really good in the right scenario. But also, their tankiness matters too. And all 3 of these Spectre things are pretty solid. Well, fuck this one. These 2 are pretty solid. The accuracy one is like, but like, I could see it. If this can be reliably always up. But just because you put Meat Shield on your Spectre doesn't give it a lower snap range, right? So if you're fast as fuck and your Spectre's slow, isn't it still going to stay too far away to buff you with an aura? Let's see. Issue Convocation. No, Spectre and Merc Snapping is very different. Merc Snapping is like an absurdly aggressive version of Minion Snapping. Actually, I'm not sure how far off it is. Because, like, I think Minions are, like, off-screen before they snap. And I think Spectre, or Mercs were, like, a little bit on-screen when they snapped. Is Wild Bill worth over 5 socket gems on Trickster? That's kind of the thing, like, the bit with Wild Will, this also cost 4 sockets. So if you already have the sockets to put a Spectre in and then actually keep it alive, like, you might as well just put an Abyss socket in your boots and play this at that point. But you also get haste here. You get Onslaught for this one if it's always up, and the Spectre you have could theoretically be a buff Spectre. So it's like a little more value from that. I'm not sure how many gems you need to keep your Spectre alive. Like, they might live with just like Meat Shield and Minion Life. Not really sure. These are the buff Spectres. You're thinking you could use a Tiger and then get haste? Why not use 3 instead? Because the travel node, or no, where is it? The travel node gives you max Spectres as 1. And some life, but yeah, the turtle gives you some PDR and determination. Are there life values on this thing, or do I have to go to the PODB for that? Yeah, like, the turtle is supposed to be tanky as fuck. But I imagine the tiger probably dies. But if it doesn't, haste is cool. Grace is cool too, but I prefer offensive auras from these things. What level are the auras? You're asking that for the radius of the auras? I would assume it's level 20 by default. For level 20 radius. Yeah, 203% life is pretty squishy, I think. Is this the Spectre version? Demon though? Yeah, it's gotta be a beast to be summonable. The bottom aura and 3 random auras. It's not 3 random auras, it's 3 additional modifiers, which means any Archnum modifier, which can be auras, but I think the vast majority of modifiers are not auras. Well, thinking. I'm just talking in Discord. You know how it goes. Not frozen. You know how it goes. It's level 10 aura. How do you know? How do you know? I don't know how big that is radius wise. But that would be pretty neat if this cat could survive. But I'm. Let's check. Perfect forest tiger PvD, because that is genuinely a good amount of power. But I suspect this thing is going to have, yeah, 180% life. Yeah, no chance. I think it's animal plus guardian blessing. What do you have to do to make it survive guardian blessing? Like, cause with no investment, it just dies, right? Dies even with investment. That's kind of what I thought. You can make AG survive that, but AG just fucking dies like crazy. Well, heard about Shadow Purity, like a bit chonky. Yeah, you could do the Ash Purity combo or the Herald of Ice and Lightning combo. 12% global defense percentage is going to get nerfed, right? I doubt it. Did Gazzy go crazy over that one? I just I want to see what they're losing. Like, if you play Necro, what are you losing for that? Wait, is Necro even good? I forgot they fucking killed +2. Yeah, like, Commander Darkness is like the only good node in here, right? For a full minion build. You have 6 free points. Yeah, that's kind of neat. Alright, maybe I get why 2 of these ascendencies are just full fucking minions. You think you lose Commander? Ah, no way you lose Commander. Just OP. Like, surely they're playing CI in the end game, right? Or can you Ghost Reaver with this? Maybe you could Ghost Reaver. But then you... I don't know if you could. Reaver and BB? What is BB? Oh, Bone Barrier, no. Yeah, if Reaver works, it makes sense, yeah. And Instant Lage? Where's the instant part come from? We got Mistress? Yeah, that's what I would expect. Like, Commander of Darkness and Bone Barriers is what I would expect. And then if you're playing an Area Spectre, Plaguebringer is pretty good, but the last time I POB'd, oh, it's just Leech Mastery instant? Yeah. Just bottom pathing here. Instant, probably, is my guess. Only you could also get Overleech doing that. Like, technically you could with Ghost Dance, but fuck that. We just do EB? Nah, fuck EB. That gives you so much increased maximum. Ghost Dance balance with that. Yeah, I mean, that would help you get all the evasion you need to try to actually do that. Give your minion advice right now. I love minions, dude. I'm like fucking such a minion fan. What else do you get for that? It's like you don't care about your attack damage. You're not playing SRS. Maybe if you had Phantasma spawning from something, you could get a bunch of speed from that. And like your spell damage doesn't matter because like you can't convert your player damage to minion damage, right? Only the other way around. So it's only a bunch of defenses from Spectre, which is like it's good. I'm not gonna sit here and say that 130% increased defenses is like a bad 2-pointer. It's definitely a good 2-pointer if you're playing a build that uses 2 defensive stats. Like if you're like evasion ES, armor ES, armor evasion, if you're using two out of 3 of any of them, it's good. But like, are Spectre builds good? Because I think the answer to that is no. Fine, good. Maybe one of the new Breach monsters will be good. I'm already forgetting about Ward. New sub notification for Gazzy. Oh my god, what did I say? Give your minion advice right now. I love minions, dude. I'm like fucking such a minion fan. That's AI. That's not me. That is the fuck. You can tell by the inflections and the cadence. That's AI. So how much power are we talking with this Herald node? How much power are we talking with this one? Hit 20 increased. Let's assume you're not an asshole and like increasing the cost. We're just gonna use 25% reservation. We're not gonna be weird. Also, how does this work with Heralds? Is it no downside? Heralds aren't auras? Oh, shit. Damn, it doesn't even increase the cost? I thought this increased the cost of Heralds before. There's Lone Messenger. Is that a keystone? Or is that from Delirium Jewels? It is a jewel? Damn, so you get... Does that force it to have like a good amount? Let's you only have one? Because like this makes your reservation more efficient, but you don't want to be more efficient. What's it do? Only have one, 50% more effect. Am I missing something? Only have one Herald. Why would we use this? To make one aura have a ton of reservation cost? Because we can't do two? I feel like I would just use two auras. Like what build can't use two heralds? If you're physical, it's like Ash and Purity. If you're flat based, it's Lightning and Thunder. It's for Hoag, yeah. I don't think I would use this. I would just use two heralds, I think. But you actually have to give them supports too, because if you're gonna take Bringer of Ruin, it fucks up your your reservation because it gives you increased. Oh, this also gives you increased, but that's only increased. So we got buff effect, empower, early focus. Well, Herald's killing things is good. Empower and awaken early focus. Oh, that makes sense for the +1. Rooted Essensorium. That's so stupid. I love it. There's tattoos for buff effective heralds. Oh shit, 5% per int node? Oh damn. Yeah. That one's gonna get nerfed before the patch hits because it's actually good. Numbers looking insane. Yeah. That's a lot of damage. But like you're talking about once you have your fucking level 4 empower and your locally focused and your level 21 heralds and 22 tattoos and your like +4 helmet, it's like alright. Calm down. So day 2. It's awkward trade if you're a juicer, yeah. Not for us normal humans. And also, like, if you're gonna juice your reservation that much, you're gonna you're not just losing all of that investment to actually get all that stuff. You're also gonna lose all your auras probably too, right? Because this is gonna reserve most of your mana. So you're losing your other auras, and it's a lot of stuff, and it's good for sure. Herald baseline, let's see it. This is the low messenger version, I assume, because it's using Essence Storm. No, it's low double. So just Herald increase. Everything tattooed. A little corrupted +2 helmet. And then you have to wear an essence for him and don't put an aura in there to fuck your reservation. Reserve all of your mana. And you get, what is that? About 500 About 1,000 flat. You do put an aura in there. Well, yeah, it makes sense. You would put your actual aura in there, but not the Herald's. It's just funny to be using this thing with the intention of using the reduced part of it. So you get 1 aura, 2 Heralds. I definitely wouldn't use it this way in hardcore personally. Just because all of like the small, auras, or not auras, all the small reserves are so fucking strong. You know, your Tempest Shield, your Flesh and Stone. On the bright side, at least for ES builds, because Discipline is like such a dog shit aura, you don't feel bad for losing that one if you turn that one off. It's like, oh no, I went from 24,000 ES to 23.1. Great. But Flesh and Stone is huge for sure. Hypothetically, if you only played 150% in Flesh and Stone, and then did your Heralds to be reserving like instead of 50% each, like what is that? Oh no, because this fucks your Flesh and Stone too. Yeah, if you're gonna do the Essence Form shit, how much increased effective buffs do you have? Is this even good? With the opportunity cost of what you have to do to use it? Because I mean, if we're tattooing every single int node away, let's see. Is there a stat in POB? If it's there, I'm blind. I don't see it. But hypothetically, it's probably going to be like 20 for a build up here at least, which is already 100% effect. So we're already at 140. Yeah, the KB shows the flat, and I could do the math backwards from that, but like 209, 39. Yeah, that's just from the reservation thing from the new ascendency. But damn, playing golems and some 4-link Herald setup, like where the fuck are these gems coming from? Where are they coming from? And doesn't this shit want Spellslinger too? Or does it work in POB? 205, 103. Works. At least from that. From Ring. I don't know what that means. 1620 from the small ascendancy node. Yeah, that's kind of what I was adding up, which is like, if you already have 40 from this, 100 from your tree, you already have 140, 160 from the travel node on the ascendancy. I guess it's still a lot. 66% is still a lot. That is a big number. It's neat. I'll look into actually trying to use that into a build if it survives all the way until patch day. But I wouldn't be surprised if that gets changed. Like 1% instead of 2% or something. So what Beast Spectre can survive Guardian Blessing? Because now, if that shit worked, that'd be a lot of power. Riddle with regen. It's like, isn't it like 10% per second on Guardian Blessing? Like, that shit is a huge penalty. It's 14. Well, don't you play lower level or something often, so it's less fucked? And you just take like some reduced aura effect instead of increased? I mean, you'll just take whatever it'll survive with, but often it's not high level. Yeah, so trying to get Guardian's Blessing there, pretty unlikely. But if you're already committing sockets to this, also just commit some sockets to AG and just have Guardian Blessing there. We're chilling. We're not chilling. We don't have the gens for that. And the aura being smaller than Garb. The aura should be normal aura range for like... I mean, it's going to be small. Because they have no increases. Anywhere from like, I think 4 to 7. No, like... I think 4 to 7 radius, probably. How much value can you get from an AG without Guardian's Blessing, though? Like Learcast, probably. Malediction Helmet? Yeah, that's better than Learcast, I guess. Isn't that only from, like, some Trial Master Corruption shit? Crown of the Tyrant as well. Yeah, so there's a few decent helmets for offense. But, yeah, if you're not like a minion build, those aren't going to survive, probably. Would be cool if they could. Like, Kingmaker is like... I mean, if you already were also playing Convocate on automation, but of course at this point we're in fucking Fantasyland to pretend we have that many sockets to add in like all this shit. I already had that called Mercs. I want him back. I miss Mercs. Went too far with the minion shit. Yeah, we had to look. We had to look. So if I'm playing Hierophant, KB of Clustering, I have 2 free ascendancy points. What is my favorite node? Nothing here. If the build had sockets, it could be this for a minion, but I doubt it. No, that pop didn't have like full min-max on Herald stuff. That was not super high. It's Oshabi. Rage on attack, Oshabi small node. Is that because all the in-game versions have to play Shaper's Touch, so they can't get Rage? I know RIP stream, RP stream went. Wait, where do you get this exhibit from killing Feral? Like, do I have to kill Einhar, the Exile Hunter, to get this? That'd be cool. To get your Valdos, bud. Not actually, that'd be stupid, but... Yeah, this one's gonna be from killing the Tiger for sure, and he's super easy to kill. This one has a, like, I'm just trying to picture a world where you're playing a minion build that invests into permanent minions, but is not Spectre based. Because that's where I see this being like the strongest. Like if you could just play like zombies and golems and like actually be a real build, something like that. But I don't think any of that is real for the most part. But also fuck minions. Stop, stop, stop. Stop. It's not 3.9 anymore. Exactly. Fuck the minion ascendency. Get out of here. So it's not Lysia, it's not Feral. If we're at the CI point in the game, you're never playing the delirium shit. Early on, you still probably aren't if you're doing the whole like life ES mana tribrid. Katarina, of course, is nothing for that build. You don't care about Wrath on KBF clustering. Or Anger. Don't want this. If you had the sockets, it could be a precursor release choice. If you had the sockets to get Trickster. Like get one Abyss socket, lose 4 sockets. Get Trickster, could be an angle. Chris saw it too, but mostly the action speed one. And I don't think I would care about any of this stuff on that build. I don't even know if I'm playing that build, but view ward refill. I'm just not too much of a believer. Is ward viable? For offense and some weird gimmicks sometimes, yeah. For defense, I don't really think so. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I'm picturing a world where Enhanced Starlight and Boon of the River were default mechanics of ward that every character started with. If that was the case, would I play ward on like a normal build? No, I wouldn't. So I sure as fuck wouldn't spend 4 ascendancy points for it. Yeah, on some major glad thing, maybe, but like, because these travel nodes actually help a decent bit, because you don't get much increased ward. The night grip stuff, yeah, I know there was a night grip bit during the Ancestral Commander leagues with turning ward into damage. Ward node's gonna be OP as fuck. On a bow build, eh. If it was free, yeah. What bow build is giving up offensive ascendancy points for fucking defense? Yeah, right. What game are they playing? Big stuff for build is foul and restore ward on hit, night grip, and the strand thing. I'm ready to see it. I remember looking at that like during Commander League, and it was a solid amount of damage. I don't know what the strand item is. I know what night grip is. Like the only way ward has like ever been a stat you ever care about is if you're converting ward into killing monsters. Like ward loop, night grip stuff. So this is current ward, right? Like if you get hit, you lose the damage, and that's why it matters that you have the recovery. What's this one do? Oh yeah, this is just the commander thing. Not current ward. Oh. Why do we care about restoring the ward then? Because if 75% of damage bypasses the ward and you have 10k ward, in what scenario are you ever actually running out of ward before you die? Like, you get like 4k life, you have 10k ward, you have to take 40,000 damage before your ward is gone, and ward comes back in like 2 seconds, right? Of not getting hit? It all puts off in 1 hit? Oh, right, that's a bit of ward. That's why we're recovering it. So it's actually... So the reason you're recovering it is so that ward actually gives you defense on the build, whereas normally ward doesn't actually give you defense in the build. But when you're playing Night Grip, ward is fortify. So I mean, I guess like 2 ascendency points for fortify, kind of. But like 5% to restore. If it was restore 5% on hit, I'd be a believer. Because then it'd actually be like reliable. But 5% to restore on hit, like nah. Just accept the fact that the build doesn't have defense. I don't think that's gonna mechanically fix it. Yeah, the bottom line, but also doesn't have much synergy with Night Grip except for giving you more damage, I guess. Yeah, like the whole concept isn't new. Of like using it for damage. But Night Grip just makes ward defensively, like it just turns it into fortify, so we just don't care that much about investing more into it. For that, it could be neat though. It could be a neat idea. I'll believe it when I see it. I just don't think this 5% on hit is gonna really help that build with its problems of just getting one shot. Like maybe you'll always block enough in between hits that you'll always go to full ward and you'll get your fortify back, but yeah. Just have energy shield instead. Amen. Alright, where are the first 3 ascendencies again? Let's go look at those. So yeah, Corruption's Embrace still remains like one of the coolest defensive 2-pointers, with the downside of you have to corrupt all your shit, which I like way more as a downside than actual power downsides tied to the node themselves, because eventually you can overcome that by crafting enough shit. And it's really strong when you actually have all of them. Like this remains like one of the things that is the coolest. So much fucking defense in here if you satisfy all these conditions reliably. So strong. Yeah, like if you're a jug with untiring and you're self-hitting and you do like some divine shield shit, but like you don't use a big amount of ES, just a small amount, just to get that 5 max res. Like 5 max res, 30% over life, basically 30% more life. The downside is it fucks up your regen. The 50% less regen is kind of big, but if you actually have all these things going, it's so much defense in the end game. And the whole 80% less souls thing is pretty cool too. Over here we had just some small Val Soul stuff. This one with reduced duration can help you get Val Souls or Val skills down to 0 Val skill cooldown while still having some positive duration, which is kind of neat. I don't really care about them doing damage for the most part. Like some Val ground slam shit. I mean, if we still had Val Lightning Strike... Actually, wait, doesn't it require... How does requiring increased souls per use work when you have when you have a multi-use skill? I assume you can still stack up enough souls to get all the way to 3. Does that'd have to be how it works. But just dropping like 3 VLSs that all do 70% more damage? Holy fuck. The only reason I asked that mechanically is because the way this one works, when it requires less souls, you can press Val Molten Shell 5 times with one use. Like with one full like soul thing. Even though it doesn't have multiple uses. So if you have multiple uses, but it costs increased souls, like wouldn't that fuck you? We'll see. And this one, yeah. Gives you one use you can actually hold a use, otherwise you couldn't get enough souls. Yeah, probably. Not sure. That is genuinely hilarious though, that I think the best point on all these ascendancies for that Hyro build, for your extra point that's free, it's not any of the notables, it's this travel node. This travel node is the best way. You don't take this, but like this travel node is the best way to increase your power. Don't hit 10 nodes. Nah, self-cast. That's gonna change the melee attack hit. That'd be funny. I'm not here to hit implicit, because in the end game the build always plays Shaper's Touch. Because you're stat stacking. +3 Unleash. The problem, like, this is a really cool concept, and in like 9 months, when there's like a patch that comes out that has actual skill balance changes and spells are looked at, this will be super cool. The problem is like all self-cast spells that are unleashable suck. There are 0 exceptions. They're all bad. Like their base damage just fucking sucks. The good spells are Penance Round Dissipation and Incinerated Venting. And every other skill does 1/5 of their damage. So like, and you still have to wait for the seals to go up. It's such a cool concept. I tried to play this concept like 2 leagues ago. I was playing a double 5 link, double unleash, and alternating your skills when they're at 5 seals. Conceptually, I love it, but spells suck. And like by doing this, you're committing to giving up cast speed scaling entirely to only have seal scaling. If it had 10% more for each time, it probably could have been strong enough for like a seal stacking like setup to become a thing. At 5% more, As for Archmage, yeah, the problem is Archmage fucked us. Like all the good skills were good for Archmage, and they nerfed the skills. How dare they? How dare they? If 8 seals takes forever. So you get some seal frequency here, and you can get more on large clusters. You can actually make it go to 8 to 9 seals pretty fast with like Awakened Unleash and this stuff. But the problem is like the ability you're pressing doesn't do damage. I ran into the same problem when I was trying to figure out how to play Spellblade. I was like, all right, I got Energy Blade, I got 10k fucking flat damage. What spell is good? And the answer is just attack with your weapon, because attack skills do more damage. But in the future, spells will get like that. Maybe. I say maybe because, like, god damn. God damn. Two Unleash Links. I love two Unleash Links. I really hope someone finds two spells that they can synergize with this that are really good. They put 28 Trust. I don't think there is a balance team. I don't think it exists. I think it's like the guy that works on level design, when he's like on his smoke break, he just pulls up and like starts working on some skill balance. It's not even like Poe 1 is the only one not getting like any amount of balance changes. Like Poe 2 gets like Poe 2 gem balance is fucking is so far from where it needs to be. Like I don't know what's going on there. And maybe not liking it for 0.3 because of how little changes there were. Yeah. Use the Unleash Gains and Blade Blast of Unloading. So you can kind of do that. The problem is, Blade Blast of Unloading, you want to press like every screen, and you're not going to get 10 seals fast enough. The best way to use Unloading, which is a really good skill and might be good, I need to look more into that this patch, is with Sabo. With the whole like Arcanist brand, bots, brand recall stuff. Like that's the best way to play Unloading. You can press Unloading on a 10 stack BB once per screen easily. The problem with Sabo fucking sucks. You got 2 points, maybe 3 that are good, and then you like this got buffed. It's a little better, but like you really don't have good points after the first 2, maybe first 3. So the hope was that something in here would be super good. They did make it a bit better for sure with this buff, because before I'm pretty sure I played Shadows, Crime, Clockwork, Specialist. And what I do like about Specialist is when you combine this with the Pantheon, Solaris, you have 50% chance to take half damage from area hits, which like genuinely is like that's pretty close. Like that's mitigation that matters. That's like glancing blows if you only had half block. Like it's like 25% less damage taken from area hits in a like, what's the term? Is that in an? I guess we can just call it average. Like Shaper Slam, yeah, you're fucked. But if you get like a bunch of cannibals throw their shit at you in a multi-proj map, like I was gonna say aggregate, but I wasn't sure if that was the right word. But like it's kind of decent. It got buffed. This is closer to 15% more now instead of, or it's 15% more instead of 10. So like it's a little better. After doing it by area hits, a lot, very often. A lot of things are area hits that you wouldn't expect. Like if a proj hits the ground and explodes, that's going to be both proj damage and area damage. Like a lot of damage to the area. Yeah, Sabo defensively, typically I think you just have to play it as Fake Trickster. I forgot how much mana does that build use. Like, can you play non-EB on that build? Because if you can play Fake Trickster on Sabo, Born in the Shadows is fine defensively. Like, Born in the Shadows plus Bomb Specialist is like some decent defense. On top of like you have some blind effect too for evasion. Probably not. Yeah, last time I played it, I had to go EB. But you always went EB back then? Play Whispers and go ES? Eventually in the end game for sure. In the end game, CI is probably always the right choice. But those Arcanist Brand builds take so much fucking mana. Like personally, if I had to press Enduring Mana Flask every 7 seconds, I don't hate that. I've done that before. I did that in Scourge League for 10 days of playtime. It's not the worst thing, as long as your boat can kill bosses in like 30 seconds or less. But I don't even know if a mana flask is enough. Those things devour your mana. What league was that? That was... What league did 17 teams come out? Necropolis? Is this Necropolis? Damn, I don't have an endgame version here at all. Or wait, no, was this the endgame version? 4K life? No way. So our mana cost per second. Pressing BB costs 85 mana. Dude, non-insufficient spells are so fucking dog shit. Alright, what about the Arcanist brand cost per second? Not as bad. Or no, this isn't the right number. This is the cost per second when it's on the target, but then also you have brand recall. Which, like, I forgot how this even works. Like, you're paying 28 mana to then pay some fraction of 21 mana, which then pays a fraction of... At least, I think BV is free. But it probably is still at least 150 per second, maybe 200 per second. So I don't even think Mana Pot is good enough for that. I still have the character. I don't think so. But also, John BB. John BB. Yeah, it died because during this league, the juicing strategies that existed were so stupid that the servers just crashed repeatedly if you try to use them. Good old times, man. Fizz conversion, fizz conversion, fizz conversion. 90 res. Good times. Double fractures. What a league. What a league. But yeah, I'm not going to set up the trader test. I'm pretty sure it's going to cost enough mana that using it on a life-based build without EB is not a thing. Life tap. Maybe you could. Maybe you could. Yeah, you can't use EB on Sabo. You will die. The only way to survive on Sabo in hardcore reliably is playing some Evasion ES life hybrid early game and then playing CI eventually in the end game, but cannot play EB. There is a bit where people play EB and Mind Over Matter to retain the defensive value of ES, but yeah, it's just so many points. But you kind of can. Started saying Sabo. I think Garatha's like rolling magma Sabo setup works. You don't have to play that kind of stuff. Also, what do you play on rolling magma? Is it like Mine Aura effect? Born in the Shadows, Specialist? Like, Born in the Shadows Specialist I know are required. Ignite Immune? Damn. I mean, Pyromanac's not bad. It was slow as fuck, but he lived. Triple Fracture, Double Influence. Makes sense. ES, 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 ES. Strength. Yeah, 10% regen is nice. I can't hate on that. But actually I can. 10% regen fucking sucks when you're playing a hybrid evasion ES build and you don't have ES bypass. Because like the goal of your character is that eventually you kind of don't really get hit on your life that often. You only get hit on your hybrid pool. So this is getting value most of the time. Yeah, I mean, click CO once your CI. And isn't this 20% if you just throw like a cluster trap every 4 seconds on a mine build? Yeah, if you're Zeo and you're ES based on a mine build, you would still want to have Pyromaniac. The buff to Bomb Specialist makes it like a lot more tolerable. When that was double 20, it wasn't as good. Sabo OP, log in. Has to be something better than the Magma nonsense. There might be. But that was just new last league, that's why it was a thing. It wasn't more like a but then would be better. I mean, in some cases it would be. It should have been. But like which bloodline? Blind effect scales to 15%? No, it doesn't. You mean from this? This damage taken? If that worked, it's a bug, but it shouldn't work. The reason it doesn't work is because this doesn't say. I don't even know how they could phrase that in a way that would work for this. It'd have to be like, blind also causes enemies to deal 15% reduced damage. Is what the wording would like have to be for that to work, but it should not. I kind of want to run a. I kind of want to run a character league start in standard, where I buy KBF clustering from the market and then just don't use anything in my stash. Because if we're only doing campaign, it doesn't really it doesn't matter that my Atlas is fucked. Breaking them as travel points. I mean, for that build, one of your points once you're playing Shaper's Touch gloves would be a regen hit, and then the other one would be like, nah, you're fucked. There's still no other one because the other ones don't work. It's not like your golden gambling. I could just go off estimates, kind of. But also, like, when do you actually play Shaper's Touch on that build? Don't you only even start strength stacking because you can take Righteous Providence in trade leagues? If you're not in trade leagues, do you just not even bother with that? Yeah, I don't think I ever would either. And like, what does it do for mana? 1 mana per 4 strength, which technically is better than per int. And on any stat stacker, you're always going to have a lot of all stats. But like, if you have like 300 strength, are you putting these gloves on? I don't think you are. 30 increased CS is worse than just some ES gloves. This is like the same as like a mana interval, so I don't think in hardcore self-bound version of the build, I don't think I would ever need the reach from here. I think I can just get it from rare gloves in that scenario. So in that case, what is the ascendency you play on that build? Not that. Not that. Wouldn't be any of these. No socket boots, probably. That's what I'm thinking, is like, probably no socket boots for action speed. Which, if you can fit that into your build, isn't that bad. 1 abyss socket, action speed immune, -4 gem sockets. That's not that bad. Tiger on crit. That might be good. Also, it could be a Spectre angle if for the action speed thing instead, but I doubt it. We don't care about Heralds in that build or any of this shit. Although you do have a bunch of base Fizz, so Fizz is Chaos here. Yeah, the Tigers give you attack speed, but we just don't have numbers, so it's like, you know. If it's like 30-10 or something, that's decent. But it's probably going to be like 5 max Tigers and like 25. Like 20 crit, 5 attack cast speed is my guess. Yeah, like if you're a crit build, these things dying doesn't matter. Because you're going to proc them every attack. But like, I assume we don't have numbers for any of this, right? Or like, does this already exist in the game somewhere and we're assuming it's that? $30-10 is reasonable. I mean, 30-10 with 5 cap would be pretty strong. So I think it's going to be like 25 or something is my guess. But that could be okay. Because that build is crit, right? And then nerfed how crit scales on wands. Yeah, that's what we're talking about right now is 2.0 for KBF clustering Harrow. On the hyper endgame versions that are using Shaper's Touch, you just take the rage on hit node, we think. And we're looking on the non-hyper endgame versions, like the hardcore self-fun version. Just know what they're works with clustering. With the way the wording currently is, you definitely could assume that it does. But it's way too strong if it does. So we'll see. So it could be the crit and attack save one. Didn't they remove it? No, they added the What do you mean remove it? They say they removed it this patch. They removed the old one, right, and added that as a new one. Like it got renamed and now it does something different that could be super strong. Based on how this works. Like there's a few skills in the game that fire out one proj and then shit happens after it gets somewhere. And those skills usually have some interaction with additional proj that affects the shit somewhere else instead of the main proj. Like, you know, special shield throw and KBF clustering, Peacock bouncing. So for a lot of these, you can just get free shit. The most OP ones are like definitely SST and KBF clustering. And yeah, I think I Shot of Pen I think also is the same, but that skill sucks. I say that without even knowing what it does. Without even knowing what it does. Because it's a bow skill, and bows suck. Let's see. This is genuinely fucking worthless. It's like a default attack that pierces 3 times. Ah. SST shouldn't work because it charge up projectiles. You only get 1 shard. So yeah, the whole bit is the assumption that that this text does not cap the secondary proj things. That's like the assumption in the cope, is that this caps your already 1 proj at 1 proj and doesn't fuck over your explosions that happen at the end. which would then be for those few skills, just free chain and fork with no downside. Which obviously would be extremely, extremely strong if it works that way, and might get changed. But who knows? It might not work that way at all right now. But the thing is, for KBF clustering, even without that rune graph being OP, it's just a good build, right? Wait 34 days to discover how people works with it. Yeah, for trade for sure. Yeah, Maven Wand is actually very farmable in Self-On now. It's 10% drop rate because they changed the drop rate of that with Progen. So even in Self-Found, if you want to play 2 Maven Wands, you can. I don't like the idea of playing 2 ever because you don't have recovery on block, and I am a simp for recovery on block nowadays. And no shield charge is only viable with Mage Blood. So I'd probably only ever play 1, and I don't know if it's good with only 1. Yeah, KBF clustering is Hyro. I'm not a huge fan of Aurora plus ES. I think in like 99% of cases, I would rather just play ES on block shield with like a shield that actually has good stats on it on top of that. Because 5% ES on block is enough to solve the problem of what you're trying to do. You're trying to be immune to like a bunch of 1 to 5,000 damage hits. And I think Aegis Aurora only really is worth it if you're talking about like a true armor stacker. If you're rocking your fucking 400,000 armor build and you're recovering obscene amounts of ES per block, then it's good. But only if you're like being weirdly overkill on your defense. I'd rather just make a little 5% on block shield with 46 block and 15 spell block. Or with like a bunch of ES on it, based on what I'm playing. Or with spell damage on it if I'm playing also, getting spell damage on an ES on block shield is fucking hard. That is really hard. I guess we're just because spell damage on any shield is hard. It's like 4 weight. Like you're gonna recombinate spell damage, you're spending 22 billion alts. And you might win. But yeah, the main reason we're looking at that build is because, 1, it was already a good build, and Wallet Force might be OP, might not. Getting an extra free ascendency because you only had 6 points, it's just nice. But we're trying to see what points we would take. Could be this feral crit thing, could be action speed immune thing. It can't be this because we're CI in the end game, I think. And even early game we're hybrid and don't want that. Minion shouldn't exist. So yeah, I think it's likely empty boots, action speed immune with an abyss socket is likely. It's 8x corrupt. I don't want to corrupt my gear. Pretty sure it's that. And feral, you only get one of these three things if you're talking about this. A BBPOB? No, I don't. Yeah. Very likely it's action speed immune, which it would be a vibe, you know? If the build functions that way. Let's see. Let's go to Poe Ninja and check what those characters use in their gems. The thing is, if it's like Mage Blood characters, they're not going to be using Shield Charge with their fucking wand dual building. Yeah, there's still one more we haven't seen yet, but I'm not going to have extremely high hopes for anything super insane based on what we've seen. But it could be really good, who knows? Let's see. So we're going to go Self-Found Mercenaries instead of Trade League to reduce the number of Mage Bloods. And I know I could just get rid of Mage Blood in the item category, but let's see. What is this fucker doing? Enlighten. Spell Sling. Mark on hit with Enhance. Blood Rage. He's doing the Indigon setup, which means Arcane Cloak. This is probably what I would try to do early if I could. He fucking just energy sockets already here. Enlighten on some dog shit. Yeah, I mean, at least with this, there's not very many gems here. When you have like enlightens and enhances on like super low reservation things, and already have empty sockets, I definitely see a world where you could have way less than that. But obviously that's dual wielding, so no Can I require this to be wearing a weapon? Yeah, wand shield. Now if I open a wand shield POB and there's not shield charge, I'm gonna crash out. What is this? Isn't this is for Abyss, right? That's for Abyss. Why is Arcane Surge here? I mean, if the build can fit in the Abyss shit, then it definitely has empty space. Empty socket here. Who runs Grace? Got a shield charge set up. Level 1 Flame Dash. We respect it. Yeah, like fucking Unearth too. Unearth and this. He can fit both. He can fit both. And a random extra Arcane Surge thing? Yeah, the build doesn't seem like it requires that many gems. What are his gloves? I didn't look at the items. What's he wearing? Wait, what the fuck? That's Slither Pinch. What? Attacks have plus crit? He's farming Angler's Plate? Yeah, okay. Alright. It makes sense. He's farming uniques, guys. He's farming uniques. It's okay. That's allowed. Mage Blood Abuser. A Purity Enjoyer. Is that a fucking Steel Skin? Also using Unearth with automation. Yeah, it definitely seems like playing empty boot sockets for action speed immune on that build looks very possible. Like, every single build I looked at had a bunch of gems that were very cuttable. But the question is the build actually good? Yeah, you want Wall of Force, but Wall of Force is like a 1 gem, at most 2 gem thing. Because it's not going to be duration based, it's going to be capped on hits like 100%. So you're only ever going to use Second Wind. And go to Pathfinder K-Ball compared to Chaos. Have fun with that. The new Runegraft might be huge on clustering. If that shit works, it's gonna be broken on clustering. I think it's just not gonna work. Whispers doubles your scaling. Oh, you didn't factor in the Whispers chaos damage nerf that's gonna be announced in 3 days? Rookie mistake. Yeah, or Whispers is now like a rare drop off Uber. You'll cry if that happens. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. That shit gives like so much flat for not that much investment. Replica Alberon instead, amen. 1.5% drop rate off Uber? It might be. Whispers is super strong. Hit POB now? For like a shitty little budget version of it? Let's see. It's a wand build, so for sure int pathing. I don't know what to do. We're life hybrid, so we're gonna have this eventually. But also, like the initial setup. Strength stack, play Iron Will. That makes sense why it's so good with the tribute stuff. But early on, I don't think we have enough strength to care. This is 20% per 100, right? I guess on wanders it's always kind of good, but with the wand spell damage shit. This gets ascendency. Almost 3/4 ascendency from hits. If you have everything active, yeah. Drop a chaos string stack, yeah. This is a mana build, right? So we need mana nodes. They're in here. It's like mana ES Life Tribrid. Also means you want to be up here. What the fuck are these points? And in reality, I feel like no matter what, you always end up doing this. So let's just stop pretending it's ever going to be anything different. And like wand nodes are probably good. Prodigal's kind of good too, because you're basically a mana build at the start. But it's Fizdam, right? So yeah, it's Fizdam. You're probably going to convert once you can. Yeah, I definitely, this is the thing, I want to be over here, eventually. We're gonna head over there, but like, I'm trying to think how much stuff we need over here. These nodes are really good for mana builds, but you don't actually, it's only because of Arcane Surge. Without Arcane Surge, they're mediocre. And if this is our path thing, might not even go into Witch. You have to anoint that you don't make it there. Probably. Probably. But what about early game? I guess it's not that important. It's not as important as it is on normal KB. So it's only an extra area hit. How many do you have by default? Is it at the fork node? So check. All right, guys, I'm spawning in with Perfect Agony, Impossible Escape. All right. Or no, sorry, with Acro. That thing is like so fucking important. Does that hit Inveterate too? What does that hit? There's no way it's all Inveterate. It hits the whole thing? Oh no, it doesn't hit Inveterate itself. Only the first 3. Fuck, so close. That's like 48% covered, man. So close. Yeah, you get both fork nodes. You don't want throw battle. Both fork nodes, multi-shot, and like some of these things here. So close. But you can't anoint both if you want both. And apparently like you really want to be over here. I mean, on the in-stack in-game version when you're just getting clusters and shit, I'm sure you just go over here. But when you're on the life hybrid version, I don't know if you can. That's so fucking far to path. Thread of Hope maybe in the Shadows thing. We're talking early game. Like the DC on Whisperer? You mean Deadeye? Or do you mean from a different patch? Yeah, there's a lot of shit on the way. But also, like, damn, higher does feel kind of awkward. It's like you have this like damage per wand stuff. I guess you're just gonna have like You're gonna have 5 min power charge, and then you're gonna have 6 with an on-kill one if you path over here. And eventually we'd want to convert to lightning. But that was gonna require gloves. Yeah, Mind Drinker, gotta get all the mana nodes. You might increase to reduce fork angle. Reduced, right? Could Asylum be a ranger? There's good bottom. I could see it. There's something support early. Yeah, they used to do like 90 conversion. This does look so fucking ugly. He's better clear. Oh yeah, that was a good point. Clear more important than anything else. And stuff at Scion is good. Yeah, like all the Archmage builds go here, so it makes sense that if the Archmage builds go here, you'd go here. Does that mean you don't get the entire wand cluster? You're just like, fuck wands, I'm not even a wand build. I spell damage for power charge that I want. Kinda makes sense. You just build mana. Where does all your increased damage come from? Where are we getting that shit? Besides, you know, before stat stacking things. Proj from Wand Mastery. Yeah, I feel like you really want one wand thing. Indigon. Look. We're playing Self-Bound. I have to click the actual nodes that help my character. I can't rely on 20% increase from one item. But this pathing does still sound good in general, just because you path through suppression stuff. Like, you're definitely not doing this. Or are you? Probably not. Like, no matter what, this top pathing's not staying, and all this stuff probably can't. Leveling the nerve with this tree. Well, the tree is going to be quite different than what it looks like right now. You would do like normal LD damage pathing and like increased damage pathing here, and go up into like Witch, and probably genuinely click the Witch spell damage start nodes if you're playing Wanding at the start. Like Hyrule, I mean Hyrule gets some damage from mana, I guess, with Transfiguration of Mind. In your second lab. Oh yeah, I'm definitely going Prodigal. I just haven't figured out how yet. You could do like pathing out area nodes up here. So I'm pretty sure you want, like area's good. We like area. Do we even click Mystic Bulwark? Do we even do it? Like, you definitely can't pass 2 points for insightfulness. Also on Wand Proj. I mean, probably just those two would be my guess. Because you're going to click Real Leech. We also want ES Leech. We want Attack Leech, Mana Leech, and ES Leech. We want all three. But ES Leech for attacks comes from, like, nothing, right? Is that even in the game? I think eventually you'd probably play Ghost Reaper. And you'd only play with mana and ES Leech. And life comes back from... There's Lightning Leech as ES. That's kind of neat. From where? Clusters? Yeah, Ghost Reaper kills your life leech. We're trying to not do that. Isn't Prodigal also a super cheap anoint, like Double Azure? No, this is spell damage. Like attack damage leeches ES. Storm Drinker. That's the cluster. Oh, Arcane Will. Alright, we're a mana build. I keep forgetting you're a mana build. It feels so weird. Like you could mana path instead of area path and then grab Wandslinger. Get rid of the 5% mana node. You wouldn't have to go to Prison Wave because we don't really need a third thing. Yeah, like this entire top section, as soon as you're looking at this, you're like, am I really going over here? Like it's kind of... Like if you don't need Prism Weave... At the very least, like that's the minimum. I think the conversion starts after you get Lightning Mastery plus Fizz for Lightning, I think. Which I think you would do as soon as you can. Ah, fuck the Nuance skill. I have no interest in playing that. Block is endgame with this, not the early game. And Tempest Blast. Oh shit, you actually do want Tempest Blast on this build, that's true. I don't think I've played a build that pathed like this ever in my life. But I guess you don't have to be the bottom part. But wait a second. Wait a second. Never mind. But it looks better. Look how pretty it is. But it does mean if you want, you can be on instinct for 1 point if you're not playing this stuff up here. You're wondering, point 1x. I also like pathing here naturally, just because I really like this no block bullshit. Alright, this is end of campaign. What's our mana increase? 137, 64 life. Does it work? Does it work? Log in, test it? I'm going to. Oh yeah, we don't have the assemblance code, true. 200% increased mana? The thing is, I'm gonna reserve mana on this build. Yeah, fuck it. Who needs it? Good mom of the campaign. Yeah, definitely. You level as Wander? So you shouldn't. You shouldn't level as Wander. This tree pathing is actually pretty close to Fire Spellcaster pathing. If you want, you can do just like some fire stuff if you want in the campaign, but like wands work in the campaign, they're functional, so fuck it. We could. So how does the skill work? So by default, this skill shoots 1 proj that creates 4 explosions. Which, I mean, KB also is 4 explosions, right? What's the difference here? On coverage. Like, obviously you have to play fork on clustering. So the radius of the explosions is bigger to help with coverage than the fork. Yeah, no less damage, but it has a smaller attack damage number at top, which actually ends up with like smaller damage per explosion as well. Even not clustering fork is a must. On base KP, if you have 5 proj, I don't think you play fork. If you have 3 proj, probably play fork. Unless it's like, unless fork is always good because of like some tornado shit that I don't know about, but. The thing with Hyro is like, because you don't get top on its quality. Oh damn, it's really less. Damn, it's 5 versus 4, that's crazy. Really want Awakened Fork? Oh, of course. You want that on every fork build, because fork by default is mediocre and fork. Awakened Fork is crazy. So with this, the thing is, you want 5,000 unreserved max mana. Which obviously, if you don't reserve anything, is super easy. Which I guess that's probably what you would do at the start, is you don't reserve anything. Your non-blessing skills which reserve mana are disabled. So yeah, you can't do blessing with like Tempest or anything. That's one of the reasons. Like reserving doesn't lower damage for clustering, but it lowers your defense because you have less mana, and it lowers your area because you're not gonna have. This is fucked. But yeah, like you have to have Tornado, which means you can't use Eternal Blessings, so you're not getting an aura. So you're never playing Grace. There's never like a Grace Haste swap like Mana Man has. So I'm pretty sure I really want a path up here. Because this is just how you get shock immune. How much damage is this anyways, if you only have 5? Because I wouldn't want to get 6. I'd want to always be maximum. And then you're just weirdly over here with that 1 point power charge, you don't click. Which would feel weird. Excellent, it's precision. Yeah, so I'm picturing you reserve precision, Spellslinger, Tornado, and then also like maybe you stop there, but like Flesh and Stone is so fucking good. Flesh and Stone is so good. Why is Spellslinger at 20%? That's wild. And if you're reserving, you would probably always want to have this mastery clicked. Another range of power charge. Basically, like, if you're relying on this for cannot be shocked, and your only source of power charge generation is on kill, then like you don't have reliable shock if you're not killing things. And both of our masters are already pretty good on wands. Not really a point in using arrogance for precision if you don't have to, I don't think. The mark nodes, yeah. Let's see how our gems work right now. If I wanted to do all this. I don't know if I want to do any more here. Another one thing at Tempest Blast. Oh shit, true I do. But then it's no longer a 1-point power charge, it's a 2-point power charge. Because we have to also get the generation. Hydrosphere? I don't think Hydrosphere is useful, right? Am I crazy? Yeah, like once every 1 second. If you have like 3-4 hits per second. And also, wouldn't your like clusterings that are already exploding hit this before your actual main proj anyways? Like once you're attacking and once you're blasting? And that would then proc the hit cooldown? Because this spawns under the boss. I can't imagine that ever actually being useful with the cooldown. Unless the hit cooldown is like per like ability and the area and the proj are different, but like you're always tornado for sure. It's the question of you do both. You need precision. I think probably early game yes, end game no. Is my assumption. Yeah, like it's still crit. If it didn't give crit, I would say no. The mana pool is never going to be max because of the requirement for Spellslinger Tornado. Isn't the wall going to ban Spellslinger? The wall has a cooldown of like 8 seconds. That is self-cast on demand, not Slinger. Like on hybrid builds, I don't really like clicking this full wheel. Which, like, if you want, could mean you could do Instinct. But just Inveterate, Lucky is probably fine. I'm thinking Walls break after Proj count. I know I've got an extra 1 mastery, but I just don't like it, because, like, 1-point power charge good, 2-point power charge, because you have to get the Peacock first just to generate 1 extra charge. Like, is that, is it good? It might be. When you have these points clicked. And you have this as well, so you have, like, 18% increased damage, no, 27% increased damage. Yeah, just like a matter of like, do you want to rely on this for shock immunity or not? And if you do, then I'm not sure. And just add Manpower Charge on Ring or Amulet? Yeah, you could. Late game. You could. And then you definitely grab this without the on-crit stuff. When you're already right here, I mean, Heartseeker's right there, and that's right there, and... No Clever Thief Instant Edge? Oh, I didn't hit those yet? Fuck. And also, Ghost Reaver might be a thing as well, unsure. Hit 99, yes sir. Anna. No Lyra. Yeah, I mean, you help it early, but you get rid of it eventually. Then again, this build has like fucking no res on it at all. So might have a Lyra for a while. Anytime you're doing hard content, you'd have that for sure. Have to be careful about any other mana masteries except for the reservation. Already have some life mastery. Then siphon us. Oh, that one. Yeah. Does feel like not that much mana percent. I mean, like 3k with no gear turns into like 5k eventually. So it's no rune grabs currently. Yeah, this is a hardcore stuff on like KB League Star attempt. On like the life mana hybrid tribid bullshit. But I feel like there's like no way this is gonna have anywhere close to enough crit. It's not like Power Siphon. Like Power Siphon is instantly crit cap for free. This ain't that. But you don't have to be capped, but if Wand Crit wasn't nerfed, it wouldn't be as big. Yeah, I mean, it still has like 6 power charges. I don't think we really know what the next, like, how much crit we're gonna have on our wand next patch. I'm gonna assume it's like 9, and then have a crit roll. That's not too bad. Because if you want, you can put in like Diamond Blast with Blast Suffix and get closer. Ascendency point, these 3, and then for the last Ascendency point, I think end game, if the sockets work, it's probably action speed immune with empty boot sockets. And if that's impossible for whatever reason, it could be the Tiger for attack speed, cast speed, and crit chance. When you crit with like the little minions. No, this is with the no mark. But do you play Ass Mark on this over Sniper's Mark? I guess it like can't split, right? Yeah, I guess you would. But personally, I really don't like relying on Ass Mark for crit. For crit chance, that is. But that also does give you the power charge on hit. So you wouldn't need to worry about any of that shit. I'll need Sniper's Mark. This build that can't split needs Sniper's Mark. The base explosion is from you hitting the target, and the secondary explosion, or no, the base is the explosion of the thing. The secondary is how big the radius is for where they can spawn. Most KBs use it. Yeah, I mean, I think Sniper's Mark is probably going to be the best mark in the end game if you're crit cap without status mark, and you have a lot of multi. You suck up your crit strikes. I have no fucking clue what sport to use. I know you have to use like forks required early game before we have good gloves. Fish lightning is required. Speaking of fish lightning, we have like fucking 0 pen. Except for this. We have like no shred, no mastery for invert. Whistle return. Makes sense. Is return actually that good with this? Pen on the wand, yeah. But it is... Like, return is always correct. For approach also return? Okay, yeah, it's mandatory. But where do they explode at when they return? Do they stop on your character or do they just go way past you? Like, wisps are here. On the tornado? That's fair. If the tornado is on the boss and they return through that, they won't return on the enemy because the enemy can't be hit by KB again. Because it's already been hit by KB. And like all 3 can't hit it. 1 will hit it on the return, but the extra ones from 4 can't, right? But they can hit the tornado. And return is always what you want, just to cover your whole screen and shit. Anyways. Get an MS. Always love to be playing a build that wants Nemesis in the end game. Computer can't handle them. Yeah, the screen coverage on these things is always crazy. Not tried non-crit spell. I've tried it. I know. Your 5th and 6th link are 24% more damage. No, that I don't have any desire to play Kinetic Rain, I don't think. If it's really strong, maybe I would, but visually that skill is so bland. Like, what I want to do is I want to press KB and kill everything. I want to press KB and the entire screen explodes. That's the goal. You go Endigon? You would, definitely. When you're on your life mana ES tri-braid setup, like you're always gonna go Endigon, right? You're an attack build, you already have mana leech. Just press Arcane Cloak and then get fucking 1000% increased damage for free. But it's a rare item, and if you're playing Self-Found, there's no guarantee you have it anywhere early. Not rare, it's unique. You're right, sorry. Do I really care about... I mean, Instant Leech is really good. But if you're not even using ES, is it? Because I could just get this leech from... Like, I don't need Mana Leech without Endigon. You already outraging your attack by a ton. I guess you always want it for Mind Over Matter stuff. Let's see how you do. Because like, I could just get the leech from one mastery if I wanted to. Not Mind Spiral. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty decent mana item in the early game, typically. Just to get a bunch of extra ES, like, mana, let's play it. And you typically find it, it's not rare at all. I think you probably could gamble on a low-level character for this one, if you had to, but obviously you never want to do that. I think this tree probably isn't the worst thing in the world. Who knows? I kind of want to just play it real fast in the campaign, see how much I hate it. Alright, I should know what gems I'm going to use first. Visions of Celestial Tornado and then Wrath, like I did on the other one in the campaign. I feel like I have to Kinetic Bolt the entire campaign and then farm Clustering in Merc Lab. If I was actually playing Wander. Because there's no world where I'm farming. Is it the only alt quality on Kinetic Blast? It is. So yeah, there's no world where I'm farming a fucking blue gem in normal lab. That's not happening. Not Lance Approach? No, fuck that. That, like, you genuinely could run 50 labs, not get it if you're like pretty unlucky. There's too many blue gems. It's like 5% every time. Is it less than 5% every time? Is it 3% every time? When it spent 2 streams in labs? Yeah, no. You power siphon and bolt and ballistas? Right, that's what I wanted to try. Instead of playing bolt, was just playing power siphon, but not with locust mines. I guess technically if I wanted to, I could just play locust mines. There's no requirement to self-cast this. But yeah, the reason I didn't try that is because Ranger doesn't get it. Yeah, Locust Mines has to have 4 sockets to be functional. You just self-cast at the start. I don't think Power Siphon will work with the new Rune Graft. But like, I think that will cap this to 1 target. The reason we think it'll be good with KB is because we think you'll still just shoot 1 explosion, or sorry, 1 proj, but get extra explosions for free. That's the assumption, if that works. Works with Fury Valve. I guess it does have modifies the number of projects that apply to that, but I don't think it'd work, personally. Yeah, Fury Valve is not the exact same thing as what this is, right? This is like, this just changes it to be split mechanics. You could try it, it might work, but either way, you're only doing that in the campaign probably, and the Rune Grip doesn't matter there. So yeah, early on, it's Power Siphon probably, instead of Kinetic Bolt, I think. Case only requires 1 proj. It might work. But we're not gonna have that in the campaign, so we're chilling. So we're doing this. Well, actually, I mean, we don't have to use Spellslinger Tornado when we're playing Power Siphon. It doesn't really do shit for us there, I think. So I guess we can just like Wrath and Herald of Thunder. The campaign on Templar. Hit chance? Yeah, we don't worry about that. Spellslinger Walk. You could. Actually gonna be a starter? That depends on how good it is. But I do want to do this in standard. Because I don't... fuck it, I'll just farm the gem. So we're gonna Mule Ranger. I'm pretty sure... I need to make an actual filter this time. Last time I played Wander with a Slammer filter and it was annoying. Wand Guy Blast has Blah in it. My god, if it still went standard. This is self-found, it's not standard. I meant like literal standard, just to buy the gem, but I'll just do this normally. BRB 1 sec. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah. Alright, so let's see. Want Graved Wand. Alright. I'll need to get these smaller ones. On. That'll be fine. Base type. I wonder if I have a section for this already. Because I want a lot of different bases here. Like Power Stuff and Shadow. This section should probably be the same as this one. What I just do. Except I only want harmonic, not angelic. I want nude one, not omen. Full evasion, yes gear. I think I might just go full yes gear. Because if I can't run Grace, because I don't have Eternal Blessing, like wearing evasion yes gear doesn't do anything. I have very little dex. I don't have a single evasion node clicked. I think I just go pure yes gear. Suppression items? Ha! Ha! You didn't get the memo. Suppression's nerfed, guys. Suppression is nerfed. We don't talk about that stat anymore. That spell damage implicit, huge. That's all the bases we care about. What are our stats like? Not too bad. Is that much worse now? No, it's still pretty good, and I'm probably still gonna include it on almost every single build that I can. Except it's possible on like really proper in-game like ES stackers, like energy bed guys, when you're like over 15,000 ES. If you're playing a block like a block cap spell block cap setup, I think I might skip it on those builds. Like when you have the max res, you have the conversion, you have the like the endurance charges, and that big of a pool and block. I think you probably don't need it. I don't know. The thing is, even when you have all that, it's like 10 points and 3 suffixes to get suppression caps. So like, why not? One. Shield. Yeah, suppression, if you don't have 100, is just like a extra RNG layer of defense with lucky, and it's really good with lucky early game, but you really want 100 eventually in the end game for anything real. What's the other one you got on Templar? Elemental Proliferation. I guess I really should not ever bother with that section, and I should just say that probably is fine. Alright, I think that's all. I guess I should change the color section as well to the one this filter has. God, this thing is way longer than it needs to be. There's so much redundancy in this entire little area. We overshot it. Where do we stop? Here. Boop. Guardians a speed run option? What, just for the homie? Yeah, that should be good enough, I think. Arm clustering first lab? Nope. Fuck. What are those called? Oh, there's no S. Timer, please. Start it now. Start it now. Where's the timer? Bro, I don't even know what my quest rewards are. What do you mean start a timer? We'll be racing. That's the lowest damage I've ever been on hit like in my life. Young as a timer? Oh, nice. I need that too. Any wands that are actually good? No.
Be well.
Be gone. What do you need here? Like 3 blue, probably. Probably.
Stay sharp out there.
I don't even know what my extra blue can be that early. I know I need one that's like blue, red, blue for totem, added lightning, and the wand skill. And the other, I'm pretty sure it is double flat, so it's blue, blue, green, not triple blue. Prismatic burst. Can I buy that on non-Scion? If so, that's gonna be the blue. Because there's no blue damage supports until like fucking Wisp, right? You don't get totem or precision. You can't buy Ballista Totem on Templar. Wait, you don't get precision either? That fucking sucks. Guess we're just gonna suck until Act 3 then, huh?
It would seem my god has no need for my company just yet.
Be well. What little help?
blue green works. Early on, we're gonna do that. I want to forget it for their quest reward.
Fine work with Herald.
We don't get shit as a quest reward ever. I'll do these. Yeah, we might do those. Who knows? By power type. But you don't get it. It's a level 12 gem, right? It's a bolt. It's a bolt angle. You don't get kinetic bolt? I have to buy it on Ranger? Oh my god. Oh my god. How do you not get wand skills on Templar? Bro, like, Templar was the wander. This was, like, before time existed, Templar was the fucking wander. And Templar can't buy wand skills?
Yes.
Get my inventory. Give me my second iron ring. I'm mad.
My nightmares.
Who needs me in that shit? That could be Neon Frostblank. Templar can't buy wand skills. Says who? Don't take my silence for being okay with this. I'm still mad. Loading Wander? I mean, let's be real. Like, there's a, like, 90% chance we're slamming on day one. And then rerolling later. But there's no reason to, like, fuck around with Slammer League starts because I know how those work. So we're doing this. For now. We're just playing shit that doesn't work and having fun. Alright, I could have bought Percentage Burst, forgot about that. Ow. Ugh. We're dead.
My prayers are thus answered.
So what do I do about accuracy? If I can't buy precision? Like we're gonna click precision. Buy a Dex Sammy. Load up a fucking ice golem? Ah, you're crazy. You're out of your mind. War Banner would have been the answer before they made it useless. I'm excited. I'm like a solid, like... I don't care about any of these really. I'm a solid... Six out of 10. Probably.
Farewell. Hello.
A reasonable amount, not excessive.
Goodbye.
What do I have to buy here? I think we're gonna grab Flame Totem. Frostblink. And we need some items that have colors I can use. Let's see. Let's do a 2 red and a fuck. I'm poor. Do a 2 red and a 3 blue. Blink up there, get that over there, and I think I'm gonna get a flame wall too. I think we're gonna do that. That sounds good to me. And I would get prismatic burst, but I'm poor. Because we're buying too much shit. Oh shit, I was looking at the map. It's a bug.
I must have time to gather my will.
Early heist to play. That might be a thing.
Whetstone.
Breaking the rule and fighting them. They're leaving now. They're just so tanky. Like, those monsters have like more HP than the boss does in the zone.
The path becomes clearer with each bloody step.
Oh, I've already got 2 iron rings on, brother. My paladin nodes are elemental damage, not fizz. So that's not ideal. Like for believers, was that a quest to do a sub 20-minute Act 1? And there were believers? A lot? Y'all are wild. Like, if you fuck up a little bit, even on good builds in Act 1, it can be over 20. I'm pressing wand skills. What's the timer at? I think we're already at like 11. Because I had to log out of my first character. Because Templar can't buy wand skills. My XP sucks. Oh my god. Was that a 0 blue pack ledge? I'm restarting. We're out. We're out. Always goat path? Nah, it's fake news. Touched that during Gauntlet. I wonder if Goat Horn's even a damage upgrade over Driftwood. See what we got. 65. $74, huge uppy.
I must have time to gather in this cage. Evil claws at the bars and how.
The tale
I just want to transmute out of cold. I really not get bloodlines with totem either. Oh my god, you don't get totems. This character's gonna suck fucking ass until I get level 31. Or not 31, but until I get Act 3. You can't buy wand skills and you can't buy Ballista Totem. Don't they know about Rat Templar? Like, that was the build. Oh my god. No push for wand skills. I think you, like, your early pathing is going to be close enough to a spellcaster tree. Just play Magma, like really Magma until Act 3 and then buy shit and play the game. Probably. I mean, at 12 you get Power Siphon, but that skill's not that much better than kind of cool, I don't think. You don't as Templar? There's no way Templar doesn't get Power Siphon. Shut up. Nah, you're lying. You're lying. That's dumb, and you should put that for saying it. Double good is always the best, I guess.
Take care.
Oh, taking my point. Wait, Templar can't buy increased crit strikes? It has an entire ascendency devoted to crit. And it can't buy increased crit strikes? Nah. Nah. That's dumb. You're wrong. I still haven't not at burst yet. Killing him. Can't stop me. It's worth it. Oh, I kind of want to just go Templar. Or sorry, go Witch, like right now. Just like leave and go to the Witch starting area and not even grab anything in Templar. So I need some spell damage nodes. Like, I'm gonna do some transmutes. Oh, I'm so poor. I have no Pearl Scroll again.
Alteration.
Packs, missed the good old days when there weren't people necros in upper, there were only Vuln ones.
Your answer's here, heretic. In Rayclast.
Alright, so I kind of fucked up and don't have a prismatic burst. And I also don't have my 3 links. I dropped it on the ground. So I have no portal scrolls either. None of these are good things.
You will know my misery. Come and share it with me.
Rest now, tormented.
I want.
Take care.
Gotta transmute. Flipping up I can buy. Holy fuck.
Take care.
Got that for now. Maybe it's good. Who knows? So here we can't buy anything we want, which is not ideal.
Farewell.
Right? Because, I mean, chat's saying I can't even fucking buy precision. I can't even buy precision. Okay, thank God they lied about that. At least one thing went right, you know? This is one thing went right.
God hasn't abandoned us.
I'm gonna do this first, and then we could leave to Witch.
Must have time to gather.
I'm so poor right now.
Your humble servant thanks you.
Poor, and my build sucks, and I'm stupid. Like, all at once. That's crazy.
This is a mortuary for lost children, hidden from the eyes of their
Average pro player experience. I'm having a Witch to click the Witch start nodes. That's what I'm doing right now. Where'd I go wrong? I still don't have a portal scroll, man. I dropped 0 besides, actually I sold one. So I sold one because I had 2 after title, and I never... Bitching strat. Bitching strat. I need $4 million. I don't need 2 large turn off blast. We're dropping 1 anyways. That's medium, not large. Got 4 gold. Checks out. So hopefully I drop a shield soon. Right. I forgot. I didn't put shield on filter. Blue red for when I finally get my Ballista Totem. In 10, 20 levels? Yeah, 20 levels. This layout, I'm quitting. I'm gonna play D4. Is it this way? I think it's right. Yeah, what? That's a bug.
I must have time to gather my will.
Stuck minds understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. Were the circumstances reversed, you'll face.
Level 13 though. Level 13, we're popping the fuck off.
No, if you must take your chances with the siren.
Oh my god, we get 10 MS boots. Where's Power Siphon at? Where is it? Alright, it's not here. That's no problem. Because I can just buy it like with my money, it's fine. Ooh, 1 to 2. 1 to 2. Doo-doo-doo. But at least I get Blast Chain Mine.
Hasn't abandoned us. Hello.
Damn, all those cost too so much. They carve wands with some damage things on them. Doesn't matter, can't afford it, we're poor.
Greetings.
Fuck that for my shield charge. Once I get a shield. Can I buy a shield too? I see any shields that have spell damage on them? I don't.
Stay sharp out there.
No, it's time. It's time.
Come to heal.
Gamble. Wand. It's insanely dog shit. Wand. It's even worse than the one before it. We're out of gold. It's fine. Next level, 40% increased damage. Enjoy Leap Slam. You think you can leap with a wand? This won't freeze me. We're almost there. Half a bar, we're huge.
I must have time to gather my will.
Before it, boom, we're huge. Just like that, I'm now a fucking god. Oh. That on. Or how much damage I did on Ranger with my Sniper's Mark and Ballista Totem set up. Holy, that was nice. I won.
A woman
I got a shield, but it's kind of a shit shield. Yeah, I want a spell damage one.
this forest.
That's a lot of defense.
Twisted.
As soon as I get a decent wand, we're gonna put the shield on too.
Turn the tide of this corruption.
Fortunately, I have no transmute, so I can't buy That was 19 minutes. That was like 30. Solid 30. We only get stronger from this point out. How's it looking, Dan? There's like 3 nodes that are neat.
Return if you must. Want to? Exiles.
These bears. I'll win. No damage.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, the biggest thing to expect when you open the new bloodlines, expect like half of the nodes to have downsides on them. And for like half of those nodes with downsides on them, for the upside to not even be worth 2 points in the first place. But like, there's like 4 points that are pretty cool. Ooh, where did that feather belt? Huge. Oh my god, carved wand. Carved wand. The relink. Ah, shit on the implicit roll though. Should have done the quest. Or the box in prison. If I got a Quicksilver, I could have picked Chain Belt here, I think. This recipe.
What? Make it fast.
Let's get one more alt and get transmutes.
Exiles.
Probably worth it, even without anything.
What? Travel far.
I thought
I'll get faster on this class.
take care.
My 3 green was for nothing! But I will need that green for Herald later, so it's fine. So our wand's white. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. But it's not an ideal thing.
Your trust is the only reward I need, my Lord of Light.
He's so tanky. Levels of first attack only wand? Probably like level 12 or something. We don't know any information about those wands. We don't know what the rolls in them are. We don't know if they actually have a real implicit or if they only have the shitty cannot roll caster implicit. We don't know anything about them. What's that? No, the slam. I don't mind slamming. My only thing with slamming is I don't want to min-max the slammer because I don't like slammers in-game. I don't like the offensive power that in-game slammer can reach. I have no problem like starting slammer, and I probably will. Where's this? So yeah, it might be a dumbass. But the trial has to be over here, right? With the exit being up there? No.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter is fear.
Let's wait, get my Sacred Wisp at level 18 and it's all over. It's all over then. Double Herald right now. Sacred Wisp soon. We'll be chilling.
That thing, it slaughtered everyone.
Probably.
What little help? Take care.
This is genuinely, I'm trying to think about my gear and how it could be worse. I think the only answer to how could my character be worse is... Let's pick this up. If I didn't have 1 to 2 flat on my gloves. But I have, like, all my gear is normal rarity. I have no flat rolls and like any of my jewelry, my wand. I do have a white wand with minimum roll on spell damage as well. Min roll. It's remarkable, really. And I didn't have a transmute to get added cold, so I'm using prismatic burst instead of a good third link. But it's fine because like I kill Weaver. Oh, I didn't get fucking heralds. Didn't I kill? Yeah, I killed the guy. I didn't get heralds. I'm a dumbass. So I'm gonna get heralds. Because I should already have those. And then we get a Sacred Wisp wand thingy, and it's over.
Shine
It's
forward,
over for these monsters.
so that all may find you when the night falls.
Like your only challenge? I don't think I've seen an essence yet, except for the one that's forced in Dweller. Oh, we're dead. I also appear to have not turned in my Beast Quest for Quicksilver. It's unideal. Break this POV. The worst part is I'm like negative fucking transmutes too. That's gotta turn around real quick because I need to have my crafts after Piety. I better have my motherfucking crafts after Piety. Oh, double rare rings, it's over. Right here, we're turning around. Turning it around, gonna pop off. Okay, those don't have damage in them, they're trash. 1 to 2. 1 to 2, I repeat. 1 to 2. Money me now. What? Spell damn, we're huge. Good. Alright, it's time now. Now we get heralds.
Hello. Be well.
These guys are good once I can craft light damage on them later. Like, right? I guess I'll use them right now. I guess they're good always. 1 to 2 is not that impactful. Let's get rid of all this other shit. They preference on getting transmutes. It's my 1 to 2. You give me a shield that has spell damage on. Actually, whatever. My shield's good defensive. Alright, heralds. Heralds.
Going?
Herald of Thunder.
And the white. You are
Quicksilver.
Tender. My new name.
Yeah. Herald of Ice.
Ready, exile?
Fuck. What do I do? I wasn't prepared for this. Alright, we're gonna get this one in training.
Time to gather my will.
I got a path up to Wandslinger. I mean, I can't do the normal pathing at the start. I can path it around to Wandslinger, maybe?
My mana is spent.
The problem with Lightning Node is like, I don't have conversion and my skill has no extra added, but I guess I'll have Wrath and Herald of Thunder early, so I could do Lightning Pathing. We're gonna be wearing flat from all sources. But if I played no Trinity, added Lightning Wrath, I could just do Lightning Pathing. The reason it feels bad is because the way that those nodes work is they give you cast speed with lightning skills. And we're both not casting or using lightning skills. The white wand. I'm gonna gamble one soon. At waypoint here. I've gotten 0 essences, so not very practical. Well, I'm gonna go through Heart and Soul. But it's like after that, where do we go? Who gambles in this town? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you?
What do you...
Is it you? Fucking minions! That's a really good fire damage with spells wand. All worthless. On a single card one. Like just getting a chain belt and an essence, and I can get a 40 spell damage thing on my carved wand. But I wasted my only essence on some boots. I didn't think they'd be so stingy. I feel like Weaver always has some essence spiders in it. Oh my god. IGCP.
The night must give way to the day.
So I guess I'm gonna grab Holy Dominion. This was good at the start.
Must have time to gather my will.
I'm gonna check up here just in case it's a weird one. Double rare, worth.
My mana is spent.
We're almost there. Is that a burst soon? Or not, or sorry. Sacred Wisp soon. Blue Goat's Horn. No sense. We're minus 20 seconds. I don't give a fuck. I'm trying to be strong. My character sucks bad.
I am no beast of burden.
What you
Need transmutes. Help. Help.
going?
I have 2. I have 2! Alright, it's time. If this class... Wait. Wait, this is a wand support. Wait.
Yes.
Okay, thank fucking God. Can't buy any wand skills. But at least we can buy the wand support. Next patch, Templar Annulling by Sacred Wisp. Exiles? Yo, I actually should kill exiles in this castle. Just for the rings. It's smart. It's not so bad at this point. Ellie Herald is worth it? Might be.
Make it fast.
Oh my god, 2 to 4. Three to 4, and actually, wait. It's fine.
I travel far.
My castle in years. Yeah, it's pretty rare to actually go in there and kill those dudes.
Trans.
Thank fucking god, a transmute. I have 4 of them now. I need like 4 or 5 more by piety, so I'll probably be fine.
I must have time to gather my will.
I need my Herald to be off my A key bind. I keep pressing it on accident. This peak performance. Do not play the game this way. Do not start as Kinetic Bolt Templar. But also, this is like a genuinely like remarkably low RNG run. This is my flat rolls, my wand, my lack of a chain belt,
Farewell.
and a rustic, or sorry, and an essence to get a spell damage wand. This is like one of the worst sets of RNG you can have.
Remember to live.
But like, even if I didn't have all that go wrong, this would not be strong at this stage in the game. Alright, so now I need a path to Wand Slinger. It's like... We're doing damage. Oh my god, a Chaos Orb. I want an Alec, but that's neat. Like, genuinely, any Essence monster that I saw, I would fight no matter what. Even if it's a big monster with like blocks attacks and like life regen, I'm fighting it. You know, at least I can corrupt my wand because it, you know, it might alk it.
Fran.
Oh my god, it replaced it with 127 lightning damage. Which is probably better than spell damage. If only it was a wand that actually had fucking mods on it. I don't know why I turned around after the corruption, it's almost never doing that.
Must have time to gather.
I think it was that bottom left corner. I fucked up. Felt like a dead end to me, but it's a turn. A little higher usually. Magma Orb from the start with Prolif. And then at level 28 you change to either Firestorm or Armageddon Brand and Cremation. If you play Firestorm, you can still play Armageddon Brand if you want. And it's like, it's really good. Like the... Like Firecaster Templar is one of the best campaign builds. You're just kind of strong the whole way through, you're fast the whole way through. It's super good. Like, technically I think Armageddon Brand Cremation is like
Spent.
a little bit faster than Firestorm. Like, maybe like 5-10% faster. But Firestorm requires 7 less sockets or something, some huge number, and it's way easier to play. So I would always just recommend playing Firestorm if you are not like a Speed Racer Zoomer gamer.
Fran.
We need it. Transfer count's going well. Once I get the Piety, we'll be strong. I know I've said that at like 16 different breakpoints in this run so far, but that one is the real one. And the next breakpoint after I say that one is going to be after I do Library, I'll be strong. But that one is actually real. Because after Library I get Totems. Like, dude, Templar, the fucking Totem class. Not getting Ballista Totems? Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Chance.
The hell just happened? What a layout. Wait, which isn't getting Night Proliff? Isn't the Night Proliff level 30 like 8 gem? Light Proliff? Oh, you mean the low level one? Oh. At least that one you can just mule from Templar for that. Ooh, shit, Topaz Laws. It's huge. It would have showed up, right? It would have showed up. I'm gonna play Old Man now. Watching this makes you want to play this? Oh my god, I'm doing it wrong. I'll go slower, one sec.
Whetstone.
I must have time to gather my will.
Need my spell damage craft this time. Did I look great? I mean, KB Deadeye is actually functional. More functional than has any right to be. But it just has no defense. It's like hopeless on defense. As soon as you're entering like upper Gila maps, like you're gonna die.
Spent.
You maybe make it to early reds. Rare Bone Spirit Shield. See, before minions were in the game, back in the good old days, that would have been a rare.
Going?
Shield that had percent increased spell damage.
Sarn, birthplace of the Templar. A fitting place to put things right.
Oh, that's a lot of blue packs. Where were these in Ledge?
Whetstone.
Four link, four blue. Damn. Their gloves. I don't want my fork in my gloves. I don't even know if I have a fourth blue I could use at this point that's useful. But I really don't want it in my gloves, because gloves can roll super high flat damage rolls. That's better. Blue, blue, green, green. I really went 3 blue, 1 green. But on a hybrid evasion ES chest, it's like pretty likely, but also unlikely to get at the same time. If that makes sense.
Life in his right hand.
I much prefer to go on 4 blue, or
And then
on a pure yes chest instead of evasion yes.
fingers.
But it's got good mods on it, so we risk it. Yeah, because it can just shuffle the same colors around repeatedly.
Trans.
So I've caught up on transmute, so I'm gonna have probably 3 damage caps at piety. Yeah, increase rarity gives you more gold.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
A dead man and a living machine. There's your truth, heretic.
My mana is spent.
Enough of this!
Bah, 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 bah. Nice. Really? Jewelry check.
See you.
Really? Okay, so I'm gonna use a transmute to get out of cold, I think. They're gonna make me fucking buy it. They hate me, dude. They are mad.
Well,
Another 4-link check. Not seeing anything but some transmutes to chrome trades I could do, but we have a functional 4-link, so I don't need to do that.
watch yourself.
So I would love to turn Wrath on at this point, but I don't think that's gonna work. What was I about to buy? Right, added gold. Carol device off, Wrath on. What was I buying? Gold. Which Templar can't buy.
Bye.
What a surprise. What is green that I can use? Fuck me up. It's momentum from Ranger. Actually, wait. Templar can buy that one, but
Take care.
which I should do because it's leveled that way. Right, can Templar buy momentum? Am I crazy? You get it from Melee normally. Oh, I can't.
Take care.
Let me out. Now you count my faster attacks or momentum on Templar. Basically, if you're like, hey, can I get this gem? And you're playing a Templar, the answer is usually no. I'm living inside the server. No, I moved into the garden. I'm with the plants and the birds.
I must have time to gather.
Yo, does Witch get Ballista Totem? I'm going to assume no, but the better start location is probably enough to make that feel a lot better if we're trying to force wands early. And then as soon as you get 31, you get it and you're fine. And then you get 34, you get your golems, and damn, does Witch need like fucking like 3 chance orbs by the time you get normal lab at level 34? Or no, it's only actually it might be 3 if you're pathing to the golems already. 3 is crazy. I feel like 1 fusing, 1 chance orb, by the time you're there is at least the average. You can convert the fuse down. Oh, they want to pick it up for hardcore?
The filth
Um,
this house of God.
yeah. You gotta go slow at certain points, but if you build it right,
My mana is spent.
you have Bastion, you have increased defenses from Golem, and you play Evasion, yes, Hybrid. So like, it's decent on that front. But you have to actually path to the right side of the tree and click like a few Evasion yes nodes, and you can't just go full offense. But anything that plays, like, if you're an Elementalist and you click the Golem nodes and Bastion, and you path to the right side of the tree, it's taking it for hardcore, if you want it to be. Your biggest problem is going to be Fizz stuff, which is why I think the Witch Ignite setups are better,
An emperor must
because then you get Fizz conversion. Shouldn't have ID'd those.
Bring me back something nice.
Transmute check, down to 9, because I bought things from Act 1, I guess. Oh my god, my first one.
Purity will prevail.
In town? Oh, we're using that on a chain belt. Don't get it twisted. Untwistify it. How reliable is the Fizz conversion? On an actual Ignite build, I'd say it's reliable enough that I like it. It's not 100%, but the Fizz hits I'm worried about dying to is like, you know, I'm fighting Betrayal monsters, I'm getting smashed by a map possibility. I'm getting Roa Charge and stun locked, and that last one is kind of the only one that I'm actually too worried about. It's like you're normally gonna ignite things before they hit you, if your build is good. Like you normally get first strike in this game. Like one concern of any stat like that, where you're reducing the damage of your foe instead of reducing damage that you take, is it's not very good against it's not very good in the scenario where you're dying to post-death mechanics. But Fizz post-death mechanics that are hit-based, I'm trying to find them in my mind, and I don't think there's many. The thing with Porcupines, if you're playing Evasion plus block on your shield, you're typically fine. As if you're shattering, but I guess you're not on that build. Got a little tincture.
Stay out of
Not
the
that we
shadows.
really care, because can't use this on wands because they hate us.
Yes.
The only gloves get a damage mod from that. I think I just want to go grab a carved wand. Okay, we have one here.
Bye.
I have one in my stash still. I'm just gonna use that.
Yes.
Only 20%? I thought it was 30 to 39 on rare. What the fuck? That sucks ass. It's min rolled. We're pissed.
Watch your
I think if I change the base, I'll get a new one. It's still 20. It's based on the belt. Fuck.
Be careful.
Is this better? I don't even know if it's better. Damn. When did that get nerfed that hard? That's crazy. But the craft after Val is better. 12 something. Things are off. 163. Damn it. I don't even think it's better. Fouled wand OP. God damn. That's good to know though that the chain art recipe is that bad. I swear it was 30 to 39. Nerfed from 40 to 49, but it must have. That's obviously wrong. That's so weak. So yeah, just essence your wands and pray. Pick up every carved wand you see and use every essence on it and pray you hit a flat roll. 'Cause that recipe fucking sucks.
Something eternal is in this empire. The question is, how? My mana is spent. I must have time to gather.
Seven to 15 plus spell damage. One might be good enough. 1306. It is, but one socket. Not better by enough to care. Alright, 15 mana. Yeah, probably not doing that. If I stop my precision a little earlier, it'd be fine. It's level 5. I think it's level 5, but I'm not even accuracy capped. But I also don't have a Jade amulet on, which I'll always have at this point after right now.
You are not a goodbye.
With accuracy. Lovely. $96, but Wrath is on, it's worth. And down to 8 transmutes, then it keeps going down. Keeps going down. It should be going up. I had 11 at one point. Alright, I'll stop wasting them. I don't think there's even a reason for me to fight Vicious, because we're not using KB on this character. Because we don't get +2 proj until way too long. It's in-game on. I haven't POP'd it, I have no idea. Hopefully it's Maven on. That'd be fucking sick. Because like that's a very farmable item. And then you don't have to do any crazy recombinate bullshit or any like anything. But it could be one thing about making a double influence wand. You can do the B stuff and just like memory strand an influence thing and check like 50 fucking woke orbs and eventually win on that maybe. And that's a fun craft. Yeah, the wand's a huge divine sync for sure. But I really like getting a bunch of physics extra of all types like that. I guess cold lightning is all you really care about. And if you make an influence wand with double physics extra, one will be cold. Like one cold, one lightning probably. And that's all you need is like the 20% from a wand and you're fine. But Maven wand would mean you get to skip all that shit. Just farm Maven wand instead. Wand slinger. Find a 40-40-40. Isn't that only like a 1 in 6 divine? We can be greedier. Look, we can be greedier. We're going for 45-45-45. Which is like a 1 in like 1 in 60, I think. Not Slinger Flame Wall. I'm gonna get rid of Flame Wall here soon. I'm about to the point where it's not worth pressing anymore. And as soon as I get totems, it's instant not worth pressing.
I was born to this land.
I get totems in like 5 minutes.
I will prevail.
When I kill Piety and go get my totems from library basically, and then do lab. Plus 1 prod. Which seems really impactful on Kinetic Bolt. Like the coverage looks so much better with plus 1 prod. And I guess it adds an extra fork at every single turn instead of only at the end. Is that how that works? Must be, because like why would it be so impactful otherwise?
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, and if you're a witch, you can have that shit from like so early. If you want, you can just do this before fighting Piety. I recommend it when you're playing a character that sucks ass, like mine.
See you.
You tread carefully, exile.
I went over there. I haven't got Piety yet. So we can go over here and click huge damage. Now we're gonna get rid of Herald of Ice. And I should go ahead and get rid of my totem too.
Your conviction drives you, heretic. But have you thought what it might drive others to do in return? Nightmare will save us! Damn you!
Figure damn. Yeah, as soon as you have crafts, your build's good instantly. These crafts are like really overtuned.
Watch yourself.
Need more transmutes. Ideally, you have 12 transmutes there, not 8, and you get 3 crafts. And ideally, you have 12 transmutes there, not 8, and your wand is good.
Bye.
My colors, unfortunately, are very bad. My gloves are good. I could try to get red-green on the gloves. I need to get a new helmet soon. Tragic. God, I'm so garbage on my chromes right now. A benchcraft save all, but even just attacks with the under wand is super nice. And we're gonna go ahead and click some life nodes now. I'm gonna get heart and soul after this, so I can turn precision back on. When the slime start and do the second build, that kind of depends how this character feels like later today / tomorrow. Like League starting this as a wander, not ideal. But if it's kind of like Mana Man, as soon as you get to Act 10 and you just have like 3k, 3k, 1k life pool entering maps, and if the build like feels good entering maps with KBF clustering as a mana guy, I could be baited to do this instead of Slammer Lake Start.
An emperor must know precisely where he stands.
Your turn. Leveling's about to get good. We're almost there. I'm getting my totem soon. And I think I might grab Power Siphon, but as soon as you get +1 Project Kinetic Bolt, it looks like this, which makes me much more okay with just playing Kinetic Bolt. Before you have +1 Proj, it looks pretty ugly. So I might not bother with Power Siphon, we'll see. Are the Wisp dumb? Oh, that's how Wisp work. They just stay 10 yards behind you at all times. Right there, I feel like they just despawn and didn't attack for 10 seconds. I don't really know how they're supposed to work. When this Wisps actually attack, it's pretty neat. Coverage is really good when they actually attack. So Kinetic Deadeye Elementalist. Well, this is a Templar. I can tell you with complete certainty I would never start Deadeye Wander in hardcore. I might start Templar or Elementalist Wander in hardcore, but I want to do an Elementalist Ignite run first, or like Fizz Dot run first. Or both. My inventory sucks.
Parties off to meet the maker. Good.
Now, I need one more transmute to get an extra craft. I don't really have a ring for it right now though. Well, that I can't survive in hardcore until really good gear. None of this matters, so we'll just grab N. I need like faster attacks. Goodbye transmute. I kind of want to grab a Power Siphon and level it up and then try it later. -1 transmute. And then I also need totem. -1 transmute. Add it cold, just to the level at this point. So I have the totem, but my links don't really work right now for it. So I just 2-link it, which is fine, I guess. We're gonna level siphon back there until we get that. And let's do lab.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's labyrinth. The goddess watching.
Level 1 singular wand. Nah, we're good. I have no fucking clue how math works for clustering, how many hits you get. I don't know anything about that. Gonna get Heart and Soul now. And then I'll be able to turn on Precision, maybe after that point.
Withstand the siege. You were born for this. This empire remains filled with emperors in waiting.
Ballista start? No. It's just supporting for single target. Don't get too excited. Ah, shit. It's down to the left. Disconnect. It doesn't connect.
Must have time to gather my
Crap. Tragic. Rest in peace, Potlab. I'm just saving currency at this point for my level 40 wand. Hope I crafted before that. My current one's good enough to get to level 40.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without fools that slumber. To entertain doubt is to dance with men. Nobility is alive. Such resilience. Pity the emperor who sits alone on his throne.
Attack one option for gambling. They're not going to. There's not Rune Staff and War Staff options. Or sorry, Rune Dagger and War Staff options, are there? There's a Rune Dagger option, is there? Sure, if there is, then maybe. By maybe, I mean they still won't.
Aspirant can afford.
There's from gambling.
An emperor must
Yeah.
navigate your empire through trouble.
For whatever reason, wands are just like different than those. Like invoking wands aren't minion wand class, they're just wand class, right? Doldrum? What?
Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice,
Those are kinda good.
you are worthy.
Whetstone.
Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For
The one reason to kill Grav would have been to get KB, so I could start getting quality on it at this point in the game.
Drink deeply from God's chalice, for the faithful will never.
Or linked also. Oh, we're not using that. It's unethical as fuck. I use these gloves later though. Those are actually pretty good, but it costs 4 transmutes to fix them, so unlikely.
You getting by? Don't do anything I would.
Currently I have 0 transmutes. $37 mana.
Take them together.
Not quite. Yeah, it's tragic. I should have kept my precision a bit lower.
Every stone placed for the glory of God. Beautiful.
Like if I were to do this again, which I'm not, I want to keep precision level 4, I think. And that way I could turn it back on with Wrath there on this point. Damn it. So rude. Oh wait, I didn't go far enough controlling. Yeah, 2 wands is nice, but unfortunately the only move skill that you can use with 2 wands, it's like lightning work and frostbleed of witchery blast, not the only move skills you can use with those, like real move skills, not like flame dash of course. And neither of those are really functional without extreme investment. Like for Wintry Blast, I think you need like close to, I want to say 200% increased cast speed before that feels like kind of okay. And even then, I think it only feels okay for that reason. Thank you. What's that class called? On Mega Man, because it also kills the monsters. If it didn't kill the monsters, I think they would I think that would feel like shit still, even at that much speed. And for Lightning Warp, you have to have. I mean, you can kind of feel that Lightning Warp with like faster casting, less duration stuff, but because you can only have 1 up at a time, and you have to land before you can use the next. It just never feels good either. Yeah, like the Lysia one is like the most abusable, I think, of all the bloodline options.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
Nightmare prevails.
Look at that, we ramped. We ramped.
This world is an illusion of exile.
Exiling me, you were my genesis dog.
I have to play through summoners? I'm not sure. I was surprised to see one bloodline thing with all 3 points like the same like archetype, like the full summoner Katarina one. But it makes sense with her, I mean she's pretty summonery. But also she has a huge ass fucking slam, so why isn't one of those notables about slams? Right? Like, it could have been thematic as fuck. Picture this. If monsters move around you, your slam is 4 times bigger and does 4 times more damage. Like, that's what her slam does. So why can't that be what our power does, you know? Buff slams. He gets it. To be fair to slams. Are they even good? Like, they're a great starter, but like, you know, the end game kind of sucks. I don't know. It's buff slams.
This is neither the time nor the place.
We dominate.
Why the fuck did I identify all that shit? I need transmutes. I need transmutes. Alright, one sec. I got some food to eat. Buff slams, buff spells. Yeah, I mean, spells do suck bad. Yeah, the Bama nerf was pretty large. Considering how, like, I don't think that was good. A good build. I mean, it was a decent build, but like, it was by no means like OP. Alperma Onslaught, Mage, what? It was number 3 most represented week 1. Oh shit. Yo, I'm so glad everyone got baited by snaking instead of playing the actual better skill or shatter, because it's only snaking got nerfed. Let's go. I don't play Mambo without Ami. Two pneumatic daggers from Heist with a bunch of flat damage, I think. On cluster stock in your skill trading has no effect, but we're on clusters. Maybe, but I don't think so. I'd be surprised because this is still your passage tree, but if you look at this, like this says allocated large dual socket on the passage tree, and the small one says an allocated small, medium, or large dual socket on the passage tree. So I'm pretty sure this is you know, I don't think it's gonna work. You can only socket cluster duals into your tree no matter what. Which means all these 2-point dual sockets are worthless with that ascendency, and all of your large jewels have to have small jewels in their last socket. Identify all feature starts in I think late Act 1 or Act 2. But in Acts, you really do not want to use Identify All very much at all. Like, you want to be particular about what you identify and what you don't, because vendoring things that can never be useful to you unidentified for transmute shards is like really fucking important. Gotta have transmutes. I think it's until about Act 5. Like, once you're in Act 5, you typically identify everything and only want alts from that point forward. But there are acts like 1, 2, 3, and the start of Act 4. Transmutes are super important to do your flat damage crafts, to do your resist crafts. Like, on like a caster build, you need like 8 for your weapons, and then 5 for your resist rolls on your gear. Maybe 5 or 6 more. Honestly, who knows? And then on wand builds, attack builds, you need like technically you need 20. Like wand, ring, amulet, gloves. In an ideal world, you have 5 crafts, so you need like 20 for damage and like 4 for resist. So all the transmute charge you can ever get is how you get power on those builds in the early game. So for June early maps, it depends on the build. It very much depends on the build. No matter what I play, bare minimum first 4 points are going to be June. And then it's either going to be like an unspec these points as you enter upper yellow maps and ignore betrayal forever, or it'll be invest a little more into it for better gearing and power opportunities. Kind of depends on what you're playing and what you need. Like, if your build really wants an endurance charge on kill ring, you kind of got to do betrayal. June without chaos res. I don't really care about being minus 60 for June personally. There's only like 2-3 bosses you have to think about. Taurus, the main one. You already know where she spawns, so she's leader of fort, so you know where she is. And like, betrayal is how you get chaos res. I craft the shield. What's even on the shield? Oh. Recombinate prefixes. Veiled Chaos, get Dex and Suffix. And then Crusader Exalt and win, is what I did. If you don't win on the 1 in 20 Crusader Exalt, you have to reforge defense till you hit it. And then multi-mod prefix can't be changed, and Veiled Exalted Orb. And hopefully you don't remove the ESM block. And I'm gonna play. For league start, I'm going between Berserker Slammer, Templar, Wander, and Witch. Likely either Ignite or Fizz Dot, or Wander. One of those those three. Like one of those 5 builds is my likely league start, and then the in-game build will be some kind of energy blade ES stacking character eventually. I don't know what kind. I don't know what ascendency, but we'll figure it out. Is he played usable? Yes, but not for a while. I'm eating pizza and salad. Expression nerf. Expression shouldn't exist in the first place, so a good nerf is probably good. It's still good enough and accessible enough that it's still going to be pretty important and required on most good in-game builds. Like the best setup eventually is just going to be it's still going to be stacking yes with expression cap and 90 res with endurance charges and flesh and stone and arctic armor and spell block and ES on block, you know, all the things. Why shouldn't that exist? Well, in its current state it shouldn't exist. It's way too easy to get for how strong it is, which just makes it feel pretty much mandatory. Unlike any character in the game, you can just be like, alright, I'm gonna get suppression, and it's like 2 clusters, which also give you other things besides suppression. So 6 passive points and 2 jewel sockets, and then it's like 2 gear suffixes, 1 craft, and an anoint. And like, spending 10 points of value on your tree, and like 2-3 suffixes, and an anoint to take half spell damage is like a very low investment. Think about how hard it would be to double your HP. To like double your max hit in some other way. To get plus like 10 or 12 max res. Really fucking hard. Expression's so easy. Like the actual solution for that probably would have been something like suppression by default is like 25%, and then every single one of these points in the tree is like plus 2%. So to have current suppression, you actually would need to click like at least 2 or 3 full points in the tree, and then it would be more signed toward it's good on the side of the tree that needed it, that lost phase acro, instead of it just being it's good for everybody. It also just basically invalidated every single thing that was created before it. Like, all the bosses that were created before suppression just don't do damage if you just have suppression, which is not hard to get. Yeah, but the vast majority of dangerous things are spells. On bosses in particular, like 95% of dangerous elements are spells. It's very very one-sided. Where was I on the Templar run? I like just entered town, right? And I'm about to do Dread Lake. Lucky instead if they lose the numbers. Maybe. I just did lab. Yeah. I was about to restart. I'm not restarting. I'm finally starting to be kind of strong. One of these days it'll be true. Fuck off, man. Five more days. You guys ready? No, me neither. I hope KB clustering feels good, but I'm pretty sure after I farm him in Merc Lab and attack for the first time, I'm gonna instantly just log out. And just not. I'd be so surprised if this skill feels good when entering maps. Much anxiety for what to start. Yeah, that's normal. But if you're open to playing two characters, just know that if right before League start you fall back onto Earthshatter Berserker, you're not gonna feel bad about it. That build will dumpster everything up to basically all T16 and Pinnacle content, everything before 17s and Ubers, it will dumpster all of it. And then you might have to respec after that, but there's a lot of farms you can do in T16s and Pinnacles. Schizo Zerker. I do love the name of the delirium ascendancy points. Not again, bro. No more slams. Yeah. I feel that. This is the third league in a row where it's like a top tier league starter. I feel that. The Members of the Fire and Attack get released. They're released. I don't really know how good the numbers are. They're okay, but like the base varieties on the explosions seem pretty small as well.
I can't do this just yet.
That may be, but I am not alone. No! I want the Atlas! It's mine!
Would you want to play water, not like that grain? The cope that Wall of Force is going to be good. Because Kinetic Blast is probably like mechanically, thematically, vibes based. My favorite skill in the game. And like Wanderers have like never been really viable. And they probably still won't be in Hardcore Self-Found. But I'd like to believe that they might be, because it could be fun.
You know that most PoE players can't read? I don't think I've ever played a game.
Meaning the Poe community, can't believe it. Same wallbang nerf that regular KB got at 3.4. That's a long fucking time ago. All I know is right now, if I attack a wall with a target on it, on KB, it gets one shot. Let's see what happened at 3.4. They basically made the spread a little bit more even. Not sure what's happened since then. General damage buff. This was like the main thing they added to like all wand skills last patch, I guess, which is kind of good. Like spell damage scaling is super high. Mana cost massively lowered, attack speed buffed, wands got buffed. But like wall of force is the main thing. Like walls are still good. They get deleted if there's too many. I did a KB run yesterday. And it feels like walls are super fucking important. Like at least 5 times damage when you're attacking a wall versus no wall. Maybe as you add more proj, you could run into problems, but I didn't see anything. I couldn't feel anything. You guys had a fucking prediction for if I sneeze or not? There's pepper sprinkled on this pizza. Of course I'm gonna sneeze. Of course I'm gonna sneeze. Top stuff in the pizza? That's how you taste it, man. Go. Higher Wander? Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be the mana skill, the mana wanding skill later. For now, it's just normal wanding, and dear God, do not start the league as a fucking wander. On Templar. I think it's fine on Witch and Ranger, and Sophomore in particular, but like, holy shit, Templar Wander feels like ass in the campaign. I was having Archmage Totems? Nope. Then a blast of clustering self-cast. Oh shit. I didn't realize you could attack that crosswall. I don't think it'll feel like that, Marty, just because if you look at the video, it's pretty clear that the wall either has like a super low duration of like 1 second, or it has a hit cap on how many things can hit it before it despawns. And my bet is the latter, to make it not like totally insane.
You are free.
Or how do I just always have no fucking... no chromes?
What is it? May fear guide you.
I'll get them later, it's fine. That ring is so disgusting.
Bye.
What is this thing? It's not.
Yes.
How's the res looking? How am I res capped? I've done nothing to try to cap my res in this league.
See ya.
I have to you. Oh shit, I'm so blind. It's fine, they're bad anyways. A tree has, I guess, no, charges don't have res anymore, right? Damn, that's like so much. Didn't I get new boots? Did I put them in my stash or did I vendor them? I vendored them. Perfect. White belt. I'll get a resistance eventually for that belt.
The earth here trembles with the fear of judgment.
Good find, Oxon.
This is the Hierophant Wander, brother. And it's because I hate fun and myself. I'm just curious how this feels to play.
At the roots of this mountain.
Mainly with KBF clustering as like a, you know, pretend mana man basically. In a league start environment.
No soul should suffer as you have, Yeshred.
I don't think it's that bad in Axe. At this point, it's fine. Basically, as soon as you make it to crafts of damage of damage on your gear at piety, if you have transmutes, it's fine. Templar wanding before that felt so fucking bad. Like Ranger wanding genuinely wasn't that bad because you actually get the gems you need to wand. Like you get the kinetic skills, you get Ballista Totems, you get Sniper's Mark, and like the tree's a little better on Ranger somehow. Even though you have no spell damage at all, but you get like PT and stuff, it's kind of okay. But yeah, like wanding in Act 1 on Templar is very bad. I would for sure play Rolling Magma into Library. And then at that point, it's fine. But it's still worse than just playing like anything else, basically, on Templar, like any of the normal leveling setups. But that's to be expected. We'll see. What really matters is like how is it going to feel as I'm getting into like later acts. Because when I was on a Ranger at this point, I genuinely was kind of fucking things up. I was strong. And then when I hit Act 8, I was so weak for how offensive my tree was. So hopefully this will be different. But I suspect that I'm going to be pretty weak in Merc Lab for my Azara farm. So my accuracy's down to 90 right now. We're gonna go ahead and with Deep Thoughts and get the mana mastery so that my accuracy feels better on top of my mana feeling correct. And that's gonna help. Yeah, Kinetic Rain might be really good, we'll see. I think my wand is still my valid wand from Act 2. Once I get level 40, I'm going to gamble wands. And try to craft them the level 40 wand base. I click EO. I did not click EO. I maybe should have gone EO pathing, but I figured I would just actually go crit like kind of right off the bat. But I probably should have gone EO. I just wanted to get right into Witch as soon as I could for this. And like 4 points for EO just feels bad. It's probably the right choice. I don't want to. But I probably should. I don't want to. Hey buddy. How you doing? You having a good time? Hey. Hi. Meow. 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 Oh.
We give our fallen heroes more glory than they ever.
You will be remembered.
Fuck. Tornado is like required, very important. Hydrosphere, not so much. I don't think Hydrosphere really does anything. Except give you exposure. Which I guess is maybe good. But like, I'm not gonna be playing Shaper's Touch probably ever. Or until like super late in like hardcore self-run environment. So I can just get exposure and rage from gloves, and I don't really need Hydrosphere.
Alteration.
I'm not gonna be level 40 by Comb. No upgrades before this guy. Yeah, so now my mana should feel better at least with this left clicked. I kind of want to try Power Siphon as well. Visual clutter. I don't mind the visual clutter. Fuck me up. I swear mine's bad now. It's probably better than this.
What do you want? I'm watching you.
Should have added the boots. Anything I get level 38 that I would care about? For this build? I don't think so.
This is no creation. This is perversion.
Barrage support? That'd be good. If I get red, blue, green for my totems. Oh shit. Where do I go? click Prodigal. How much is that? 2% per 100? It'd be like 16. It'd be like a 10 and a 16 node. That's not bad. I kind of want to get up to the wand nodes.
You see, heretic.
I'm gonna fix my pathing, go outside instead of inside. Ow. Pressed that a little too early. Right, Templar lives Piety Beam? I'll just stand still and fucking tank it. Doesn't live the autos though.
I may have misjudged that god.
Unique for the new Ubers? I don't think either of the uniques that I was working on are done yet. No, this is not what I'm using all the way through endgame. This is what I'm using until I want to try Power Siphon in a little bit.
You will reveal your purpose in time.
The thing with Power Siphon though is I have to actually generate power charges, which means I need to get the second wand mastery for Peacock. Oh wait, no, I'm Templar. Haha, I'm a Templar. Oh, a Templar! I have 4. What's up? How you doing? I think there's a murderer in the closet. He's not happy.
Given talents were wasted.
Oh well. Oh, she's in the end game? No, sir.
Such lovely material.
You were imprisoned by your own vanity, Chevron.
Good job, Pete. That Frostwink. It's way better than Dash for this boss.
Embrace
Like some rated that I don't even have tokens right now. They're in my inventory because my fucking colors are bad.
I actually find
And I'm still missing a damage craft on one of my rings. It's not really a fair comparison.
Will be remembered.
And I'm wearing a wand like this. Corrupted implicit wand, you know. You know.
Now, exile.
Like if I had a rare wand with 30 spell damage and a carved wand, crafting that wand, crafting this ring, and totems, I would do probably close to double my current damage. At least like 70% more.
now. Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Accept the gift of immortality. Accept the gift of immortality.
Also, could have got Sniper's Mark instead of melee weakness. Hey. And I maybe should have done that, but I don't actually know if that's better.
Nightmare is the truth. Why are you so in love with death?
I am no beast of burden.
Will be remembered.
What you got back here for me, bud? Kind of nothing.
Still, I would
What about here?
go where you are.
Very much nothing. Yeah, everyone's like. Kitty wants attention. He followed me out of the room. And then he followed me back into the room. I'm sorry, buddy. I gotta kill monsters. Oh. A shot collar can solve my problems? What do you mean? Shot collar. Who would do that to an animal? Fucking psycho.
My return marks judgment for those of
Is that even legal still?
must have time to
Alteration.
Ah, damn, it sucks.
have no place in
But surely one of these rings will be good.
And thank
Wow, that's pretty dog shit.
for freedom.
But as soon as I can craft that lighting on it, oh, then it'll be good. Maybe on the new 6 ring bases. Didn't I heard that there's like max res implicit rings coming to the game? or like one of each type. Based on other things coming to the game this patch, I'm going to assume it's going to say +3 max fire res, -3 max cold lightning res. Easy melting ring. I don't think Chieftain works with that ring in that scenario, because I don't think Chieftain sets it to the fire res. I think it's like modifiers apply to both or something. But I think melting would still work.
You should have kept your eyes on God.
Get this unhanded blue item for 2 transmute shards to get my craft. Yeah.
At long last, I returned.
Thank
Diamond flask. And I'll fucking do it again.
Remember.
Bet you didn't expect that.
Now, where was I?
Normally it's always attack speed here and accuracy, but like, fuck it, I'll just do it. I want to attack faster. I hate proximity shields and monsters that have built-in block chance.
Whetstone.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Our initiates will suffer your humiliations no longer.
Like, never killed that boss before. Flat 1 recipe. Dispels, and that's not in the game anymore, you just craft it in Act 3 now. Oh shit, engraved wand. It's trash. It's trash, but probably an upgrade over my current one, actually.
I vowed before my
Just being
brothers
white.
that I would return, and so I have.
I get level 41, gamble wands. For the first time in this run, equip a wand that is not normal rarity. Actually, I think I wore one in Act 1. It'll be huge. I'm gonna try power second soon, yeah. It's been leveling in my weapon swap for a while.
Chance.
The Sabo run. What's Sabo run? What's Sabo run?
The hour of judgment draws near.
Freedom comes. For freedom.
This is the one. This is the one. Might try to craft on that one and use it if my gambling goes poorly. I really want to craft on a wand that actually. Why do I keep identifying shit, man?
Freedom comes.
Who's the gambler? Yeah, so there is dagger and war dagger. There is staff and war staff. But there's not wand and minion wand. Hopefully there'll be attack wand next patch. That'd be pretty cool. I don't think there will be, but hopefully there will. 14 to 26 cold is decent. If it was rare, we'd use it. That's a lot of fizz. Aw, 2 to 44 lightning. What's on a fucking fawn's horn? If I was in the right base, would be super happy. Lucky.
Now, where was I?
I think we're gonna use this one with crafted attack speed, I think. I never have fucking chromes this run, man. It's so cursed. Doesn't matter. For now, we can just have a shield. Bottom roll, let's go. Yeah. Hopefully it'll be a little stronger now. And first blue black lightning shock assist, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Yeah, we're a good bit stronger now. 4-shot of rare. Just need chrome so I can get my totems online and it'll be fine. And I think I still need some transmutes too for my... Actually, no, I think we're... Nice, chrome. 2 chromes. I think we are... Yeah, I've got my 4 damage cast on my jewelry and my gloves. That's 4 light colors. I think I can use that for my totems. Kind of. The thing is, you typically want to use barrage support, but I only have +1 prod, so it's not that good. What would I use in my 4-link totems? My totem gem, the actual gem itself, added lightning, and I guess I could do like critical damage. Got stuck there, that was weird.
I am no beast of burden.
But to use it, I don't have charge colors anywhere, so I can't do much with it for now. New ring, not even close. Don't you dare. Okay, totems are back.
Yes? Goodbye.
Big power. Lucy also is good now. I don't know if I want another. Hey, buddy. Tell me how you feel. I don't know if I want another. What was I gonna say? Words? Any knowers? Wand mastery. Haha, that was it. I don't know if I want another wand mastery. at this point in the game. But the only one is accuracy, I think, and we don't need that currently. Bro, he is he's happy. Hey, buddy, how you doing? How you feel? What can I get for you? I want a good. I think my one's good enough, so I'm not gonna fuck with more for now. I'm gonna pick it up, but I'm not gonna like use any currency on it except for I get like a good essence for it, like a woe essence or a lightning essence. Bleed or miner? What bleed build? And what mine build? I'm a mon. Have you played that before? I think you're a sad boy enjoyer. I think he wants you. He's fine. Bleed. I don't know what I don't know how Soul plays it. I'm not sure if you can play Bleed in a different way than what you just said. Or basically res capped. I love how easy it is to cap res on Templar. When you like help a Lyra and then you have like cruel prep and the shit, 30 all res, it's so good. Yeah, like my guess is the best way to play Bleed Juggernaut, like the Bleed Complex Trauma shit. My guess is the best way to do it is to play just Earthshatter Zerker until you get some shit that enables the bleed to be good. But it's possible you can just bleed from the start. I really don't know. On Trauma, I really don't know. Either way, you're gonna play hit-based Thunder in the campaign, and then pivot after that. Is it better than yes? It might be. I'm gonna pop it later. Because there are like yo, that 40% less damage taken from hit snow that causes you to lose life afterwards based on the DR of the hit, that counts as mitigating fizz damage for Juggernaut, doesn't it? Like, it'd be so tanky with that shit. listen. Listen here, bucko. What are you doing on my desk? Can I help you? You need something? I think he's just doing it as a power move, I'll be honest. I don't think he wants to be up here. Alright. Let's try Power Siphon and see if it's good. 15 wave Simu day 1. Marauder builds are really good at doing some. Like Slammer is like... I'm pretty sure I can do Simu really early on Slammer. Like if I really had to. I wouldn't bother doing it until like late 90s, but... Like late 90s, like 98 at the earliest and 99 likely. I'm pretty sure like day 2, day 3 hardcore stuff on Simu is totally fine. And you can just not have that node until P17s. Like you don't need that extra defense until P17s. What do you drop for it? Well, if you're playing Zerker, unsure. If you're playing the bleed build on Jug, you just play Untiring, Unrelenting, or whatever the thing where you don't get like slowed is, the endurance charge node, and then you play that. For the bleed setup. If you're playing Zerker, I'm not sure what you do. Like Warbringer, like Rage attack speed Carnage as a trio is fine. I don't know, like if that was the temporary power mechanic and you got it for free, you get 2 points for free, Zerker would go hard. Being able to play like the full like Rite of Ruin Carnage Warbringer setup and then just not play the 5 pain and play that for free. If it was like some affliction shit, but it's not how it is, and not sure. CI Trickster still good? Yeah, CI Trickster is still exceptional. Like, probably still like the best, if not one of the best builds in the game, still. It's not PS. It's about to be. Their crit chance 62. Single target feels better for sure, I think. But the coverage, man, like how many targets do I even have right now? Only 6? Fuck me, that's so low. It's one of the reasons why the locust mine is so important. Also, you just get the extra hits. But the single target is definitely better. Which is not at all surprising. Because investing in the crit on a build that doesn't have a huge base crit for free is rough. Get you for momentum. Yeah, that'd help. That would help. I bet I can't buy it. But I have to go to Act 3 to buy it. You know why? Because I'm a fucking Templar, John Dar, and Templars can never buy anything ever, no matter what. No matter what. You can never buy it. It's never there for you.
Let's speak again.
The will of the Templar is stronger. The Does Pierce let you multi-hit with the skill? Yeah, there's 2 targets, and they both get targeted, and they're lined up. And the first one goes through the second one. Always do Librarian Templar. Not always. If you're playing like normal fire leveling, you get all the gems you need. If you're playing anything that isn't that, yeah, probably. Because like you just don't fucking get gems in this build, or on this class. My totems definitely should be Power Siphon. Not this shit. But the problem with Power Siphon, like one of the biggest problems with it, you can see your screen when you're using it. That's not why I'm playing a Wander.
Let's speak again soon.
Let's get down. The business. Why is my crits that low, I'll be honest. The 4 power charges, got the wand crit node, so yeah, that's kind of all we have. Oh yeah, those totems fuck. Fortunately, my power siphon's not leveled, but it's fine. Oh, that was already Hyro. Because they suck. Questions? I think the actual answer is a lot of the power of Hyro's totem ascendencies come from +1 totem, which for ballistas isn't actually very good because you have 3 by default and they're balanced from having 3 by default, so like getting 1 more is not as good. Whereas with base spell totems, like getting +1 is huge. And totems just like don't do that much damage. Like having 3 totems down does less damage than self-casting. And they die and shit. And they have delay. It's like, you have to wait for them to pop off. Eternity this time. This time I'm pretty much full lightning. Unlike on the Ranger setup. This Ranger doesn't get added lightning, they get added cold. So I went added Cold plus Wrath, which means Trinity. Bruh. That damage contract, you like that? You like that? Totems aren't even 4 linked. Power 7's level 3. Huge. Not huge.
What in damnation have I done?
Clustering. I'm gonna farm an Ember Club. It's a blue gem and it's the only version of Kinetic Blast. So there's kind of like no world where you can farm it in normal because it's like crazy. You can just farm it in Merc. So I'll farm it in Merc and swap after campaign, kind of like a lot of those builds do. And I think it's gonna suck. I'm pretty sure when I swap, it's gonna feel like unplayably bad. We'll see. I hope it's good, but let's see. This is Power Siphon, which Power Siphon's like really good early, specifically because you just get such a huge access to crit that like right off the bat with very little investment, you just already have like crit cap and like 300 crit multi, which makes it really good because no other skill can have that so early. But then you hit like a ceiling, a damage ceiling, because well, you've got low base damage and like you're already crit cap. So how do you invest further? How do you get more? And then meanwhile, late game, all the other skills catch up on crit with better base damages. But for early game, Power Siphon fucking pops off.
I continue to serve as God's instrument.
You deserve recognition for what you have done. You've freed us. Once Kitab
I know,
has
I'm
gobbled up
awesome.
every scrap
Tell me more.
for freedom.
What's the diamond flask? That's not cheating. That was for my quest reward contract. On Ranger, I take Topaz Flask. For the recipe. Make a wand later on. I've got 4 endurance charges, but what do I need a granite or jade flask for? The real reason is like, because it's not actually a Mind Over Matter build, you don't get Eternal Blessing. And you have to Spellslinger Tornado on clustering. And then like, you're also still Mind Over Matter for defense, I think, to survive. So you don't really want to reserve that much mana. Because you also get area from higher based on your unreserved. So like, I'm kind of just going to Spellslinger Tornado and run like Precision. And I think there might have been one other thing I was going to run, but I think that's it, really. So which means no Grace. Or Determ. Which obviously you don't do Determ. But as soon as you're in maps, if you don't have Grace, Evasion kind of just sucks. Like, you're really not getting that much value out of your Jade Flask. So instead, we're just going to wear ES gear and have a shield and hope it works. Everything that's off screen. Yeah, like, think about what you need Evasion for. It's when a bunch of monsters attack you at once. How do a bunch of monsters attack a wander? I'm worried about like betrayal monsters one-shotting me, not like fucking 13 dudes shooting me with arrows. It'll be fine.
Not all slaves believe Dutul. For freedom.
That's why I think I get a Jade Flask in X7.
There is always hope. There is always redemption, even when all looks lost. Come forth, ravenous one! Face the wrath of God!
That's some fucking damage. Tank the circle, it wouldn't even hurt me. It's like 800 damage probably. Dude. Fuck. Don't ask.
Has my faith truly been a lie? My...
This is a really good essence to have. I could probably make a pretty decent one with this. Yeah, we're risk capped, pretty much.
Here I was born anew.
It's going my speed must be good. Yep. They did day 3. Like, there's no way everyone in hardcore is logging in. That'd be crazy. Damn it. It needed to not hit 3 prefixes to be good, I think. I mean, it might still be better.
I return to exile.
Yeah, it is with the crafted attack speed. And it's much better in actual damage terms because all the flat fizz from that wand technically was kind of bad because, you know, such small fizz numbers to be deflected by armor. Does when they hit a boss? Yeah, that's always been Wander's single target problem. Like, they just can't kill things that are tanky. Until, like, absurd gear levels. And we'll see if Wand of Force is good enough to fix that. And dude, Power Siphon, I love how, like, every time you get a power charge, you just get, like, 20% stronger. Got those charge map mods. Not too much of this build. If you were to, I mean, I guess technically you might not want to go with the min charge nodes on Power Siphon because you generate them on yourself, but if you play min charges, you kind of can't be fucked too bad by that. Renamed what emote? Billy Sarge Kisser?
Evil has returned to this place of despair. Ring more free than the burn.
Oh my god, jewelry delirium reward, what? Nah, I mean, I kind of wanted to delve on the smite guy, but the problem is basically I wanted to delve on the smite guy, but I didn't want to delve on the smite guy, you know? Like, if someone else would just log on to the character and delve for like 70 hours straight to see if it's good or not, that would have been cool, but like, I don't want to do it. If it wasn't for like Gauntlet happening like 6 weeks into the league, and then like PoE2 being right after that, I probably would have tried to keep grinding and then delve more, but it just didn't work out that way.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
Most progress upon ever. It's definitely up there. Probably. Missing about my destiny. Never the strongest guy I've ever had defensively. Offensively, I never actually equipped my Nimbus in Molten Strike, but I think even with Nimbus, Molten Strike, and Drowning Merc, I think it's probably still wasn't the best offensive build I ever played. And Sulfon maybe, but like, I think my settlers, I don't know, my settlers Zenith Slayer last league killed Exarch in like 3 seconds. But like defensively, obviously the Trickster was 20 to like 40 times tankier than the Slayer was. It's hard to even grasp how much tankier the Trickster was, because hits that would one-shot that Slayer, the Trickster could tank an infinite number of with recovery on block.
My life, my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again.
Watch this damage. Boom! Does nothing. Did you know that? Did you know that? Does nothing?
Our final crusade sees its first triumph.
The soldiering cut. Have a wrath awaits.
Poison Knights with the thoughts. I mean, is the coverage on that skill still scream wide? I usually try to avoid playing poison on builds that have delay. And like traps aren't, it's not a duration skill, so it's not like Doom, but it's still like a little delayed. Like I'm sure numerically it can reach really high numbers, but like I don't know about vibes based. Unless you like also have like pops and like pop, like poison posing pops kind of thing.
Had you not barred the way the first time, Piety, things might have turned out differently for all of us.
That's pretty good to my third still. Are you now officially a converted slam enjoyer? Never to repent ever again, always to accept slams for what they are as the best build in the game, Sarge?
Good tidings to you. Time and tide wait.
Amen.
Good tidings. Time and tide wait.
I can probably get a better helmet now. Ooh, none of these are really good for getting these colors, are they? That's not ideal. Yeah, that's very not ideal.
With the road to the Frisian forest, another.
It sucks.
Farewell.
Dock immunity online. Crit chance now up to 78 on a engraved wand. I'd be almost capped. Actually, I think I would be capped on an Omen one. Critics of Faust says it's the Fissure sound. Yeah, fuck Volcanic Fissure. I played that build like once and never ever again. And now it's being deleted from the game next patch, so truly never again.
The Brand King. His time has almost.
DD League all over again? I fucking wish, dude. If I could plug into Ignite DD Necromancer right now, like 3.17. Oh my god. Haste, Flesh Offering, Onslaught, 9,000% increased area of effect, Corpse Pact. Actually, I don't know. Did we play that? Yeah, we did play that on DD. Not that you got much value out of it, but 7k life, 2000 ES, Zabakwa, endurance charges, 30k armor, 20k evasion for free. For free? Oh my god. PDR on your shield, PDR on your chest, PDR on your mom. Oh, ha. I guess I probably shouldn't have grabbed Deep Thoughts, huh? I should have just gotten the Mana Mastery on Prodigal. That would have made way more sense. Reminiscing about the past. Oh man, can I tell you about our Lord and Savior Champion Spark League starter? I'm glad you said yes. Let me tell you. So Champ Spark League starter. This shit, you farmed a diadem in Foothills, had 300 prod speed entering maps, and one-shot everything with dual wield leap slamming. Oh my god. That was like, think about like how the meta normally goes, right? This is our 3rd league in a row of slams being the best league starter. Before that, we had like, 3 leagues of like fucking, I don't know, like random like trickster bullshit. We had like 3 leagues of like Seismic and DD. Before that, 3 leagues of Slammer. You get it. You get the point. Champ Spark was so good, it only lasted for one singular league. Not even a league. So I think Quantric discovered that shit mid-league and shared it with us. It was a singular gauntlet. It had to be. They reworked the entire betrayal mechanic because Diadem on Champ Spark was too strong. Like the nerfs reverberated across the game. Champion was reworked to 0.00% play rate for 2 leagues because of it. Oh my, good times. Can we talk about that champion rework, by the way? Like the first champion rework? Holy shit, that was so bad. They took an ascendency that was really good and made it unplayable for everyone except for like some weird fucking minion support build. For like 2 leagues and then it got fixed. Like champion was like, that was disgusting. Into the vacation, yeah, like champ went to... He went to Panama, he chilled on the beach, sipped some martinis, and then now he's back. The totem build? I had totems helping me with single target, but I'm self-casting.
You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day.
Yeah, Diadem was really strong.
We are both
But it was just Divine Blessing. Like Diadem enabled Divine Blessing and made it so your mana costs were functional like from the start. Because most spells, their mana cost is in a pretty unplayable state. Going Indigo in late game. Late game, yes. Ultra late game, no. It would be the plan for this kind of build. But honestly, Indigon is so rare that you might just skip the Indigon step altogether. It's like I can probably have like a fully recombinated int stack set up for with everything except for like the perfect clusters and heist jewelry before I can drop an Indigon. Yeah, like 1 in 20 means if you're a little bit unlucky. Uber Elder is not that fast to farm. It's like 1 in 10 or 1 in 20. It's one of the two. I'm not really sure where it is, but it's not common.
Time and tide wait for no man.
These innocents continue to suffer. Reclassed must be.
Well, it's not from Uber Elder, so you don't need frags into 17s. You farm Shaper and Elder. Like Twisted and Foreign rotations. I was having feel sick. I bet you could just play Power Siphon Templar, like all the way to P16s and it'd feel fine. Power Siphon doesn't really benefit from any of the new one shit. Unless the new attack bomb bases are actually really good. I'm really fucking skeptical, man. Seeing the whole, like, in the patch note, saying it as, like, an implicit for cannot roll caster, if that's actually how they're implemented, that'd be so fucking bad. Losing one implicits would be just a, right off the bat, like 10% nerf to the wands. It would need, like, really good, really good stats on like attack speed and crit. Yeah, like I want to see like fucking 1.8 base speed with 10 crit. And even that is like barely better than Imbue was this patch. Actually, it's a pretty good bit better than Imbue because 8 crit.
This desecrated house of faith will unearth its secrets at last.
Will I play Wander? If I'm able to make it seem like it's viable, yeah. Or you have Soul Eater stacks in the build is fine. I don't know if Soul Eater works anymore. To change to Hex Touch? I don't know what you need to make it work now.
Shine boldly, so that all may find you when the night falls.
Time to gather. A vision of dream.
Trunk's totally dead. Peacocks? They're fine. They're a little worse when leveling, a little worse in the end game. And in like the ultra end game, I think when you have like qualitied, like over qualitied life flasks that are perfectly rolled, I think it's like a very, very minor buff, assuming every attack always consumes a life flask charge. That's a big assumption that's like almost never true on bouncing because it consumes so many charges you burn through them really fast. but they're still good. But PS3 seems to even go Hyro. If my goal was to play higher late game, I still have to be a Templar. But no, it probably wouldn't be Hyro. Unfortunately, I don't think they're like, unless you're playing Totem. If you're playing self-cast PS, like there's really just like not a good ascend for it on Templar. I don't think. Like you probably would go in Quiz, but Power Siphon has a problem where you're over crit capped by an absurd amount super easy, like early, and you have to use Merlian's Fallacy because you have too much crit chance. So that Ascend node where you're getting a bunch of crit chance is worthless, basically. The ignoring res one is kind of good, but like, I think it's kind of good. But it might just be like playing totems. You go higher but play totems instead of mana stuff. But totems unfortunately don't have 4 points, right? Ascendency. You got totem nodes, charges, which are mediocre in value, and then it's like you know, nothing really. You went full totems. You could go hit based and just like still spec totem nodes if you wanted on Hyro, which I think would probably be the best, and then play like a self-cast hybrid, self-cast totem, self-cast and totem hybrid setup. That's probably what I would do if I was gonna do it.
I must have time to gather more.
Because if you have multi-totem ballistas, I don't even know if you want to play multi-totem, but if you did, like, and you have all of them down, that's 30% more damage from totem support than the actual damage of the totems themselves, which is pretty competitive with self-cast at that point. Oh yeah, I guess you could just go Power Siphon of Archmage totems. I kind of forgot about that compared to playing just base Power Siphon. Because then you actually have points. Do you have to have unreserved for that one? Is it the same as clustering?
The fires of greed burn eternal in the heart.
No, that one's also the same, where you can just off max mana. How's it feeling? Power Siphon does a lot of damage. Like, Templar Wanding is total fucking trash for the first 30 levels. And then as soon as you get all your flat wand crafts after Piety and you get to libraries, you can buy the gems you want. It's like decent. Right about this point, it's starting to feel decent. Pretty solid. Like, my single target's good, my clear feels okay. My life's pretty low for this point in the game, but it's higher than it was on Deadeye, so. On LA, yeah. That's a much better Ascendency than Ascendency and starting location than Templar for Wanding. Still the problem where you don't get Ballista support until Act 3. But damn, you like Templar is so rough early on Wanders. That's a sick fucking chest for a slammer.
Goodbye.
I still have no essences. Man, Poverty League for real. That's a really good chest for me. Fortunately, it has lightning res, which is a little over cap, but it's whatever.
Turn one. Yes, I think there's an as. Keep your life to your own.
Very well. Me. I may be fair winds and calm seas.
Why Tom goes hard? I'll fix that later. Get that life now, and I still want to get rid of these mana lizard here.
Must have time to gather.
Maybe use gold for it next time I'm in town. You can gamma for a full link if you want. I usually just like bitch if I don't get one, and get one in Act 3 at some point, off the vendor or off the ground. And then try to gamma for weapons typically if I can. 80% chance to hit it for like level 25.
I have seen this place.
That's pretty solid.
My visions of doom.
We have 7 targets now. Power 7 feels a little better. Okay, once that becomes like 9 with Pierce, would be ideal. Do the lab real quick.
Fair winds and calm seas.
And that's a good chest. Mine's pretty solid though.
Goodbye.
First, you out of my inventory. And I can get rid of that now. And what?
I bear witness
And
to
what?
a miracle.
The tree and see if there's anything near me I can grab that's kind of useful. Looks like no, not really. We're just gonna we're gonna go through the life ES stuff. Other fuck. One of those days, man. One of those days.
You there, local, hungry.
I must have time to gather will.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter.
We can start on of another class. Yeah, welcome to Templar things. You might think I'm a witch by the fact that I have all these spell damage nodes clicked. But actually, it is I, the Templar. Oh, and using Kinetic Bolt and spell damage though, they're 200% effect. It's genuinely just like the right thing to do. Higher rank with supremacy. I'm gonna look at Inquiz a little bit. What's this thing have nowadays? Nah, I don't like it. I feel like if I was playing Power Siphon Templar, it would be either Power Siphon of the Archmage, like totems, / self-cast, or it would just be Power Siphon, normal, totems, and self-cast. Like you would just play both. Like have your self-cast, have your totems per single target. And then eventually change to keep it clustering once your build's good. Play Spectres. Our totems not minions, because totems are you. And you are not your totems.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Strength to entertain doubt is to dance with them. Make your mark. Fine, goddess. What ambition. Wisdom is the
Power Siphon kind of fucking owns. I have 383 cumulative. Love Power Siphon. Self-cast. It's self-cast and totems. Which I think is the right way to play Power Siphon. On Templar. Oh, it's not on Guardian. Does Guardian get 4 endurance charges? Because I want to press kind of less of clustering as soon as I'm like entering maps. That's kind of the main reason. And I can't respec off Guardian for that. I'm not rich enough.
In your gilded dungeon, Ascendant.
I don't have a KB. I should have one right now. Kind of trolling on that front. Just to start giving it quality. Yeah, I guess I should go ahead and grab that. If I was gonna play Power Siphon for a while, I would just start grabbing totem nodes. That was a decent belt.
Stay true to you.
Hail.
Popping more than range at this point, and endurance charges. And Power Siphon is a spell. Kind of. Like, you don't actually shoot Power Siphon. You raise your hand in the air and make a bunch of things appear. Who knows? No.
Strong against temptation.
What junk plays? What do you mean? Are you saying junk builds are bait? What's no do nowadays? Right, they removed all the reserve efficiency from this node, right? What did they used to have, like fucking 50 on it? Used to be 50? Jesus. That would have been nice on this build. When does this start to suck? I mean, if I wanted to literally stay Power Siphon, I don't think this would suck until D17s. But I think it's gonna suck when I change to PBA clustering at the end of campaign. Like I think I'm gonna farm Merc Lab for like 2 hours, get my gem, and instantly make my bill burst. But if I'm still feeling really strong at the end of the campaign, I might just stay Power Siphon until like level 85 or something. Just until I have the things you need to have to make the build actually work, like the extra proj and better mana gear and stuff.
Watch yourself.
You can't Power Siphon from Act 1 on Templar because Templar doesn't get it until you do the thing in Act 3, until you do the library. Does better early. As soon as I'm at Power Siphon, it was instantly like twice as good in Act 5. I think it wasn't even close. But I was already starting to invest in Power Charges and Crit at that point. And like when you're investing in Crit on Kinetic Bolt, it's trolling, you should be playing EO. Whereas on Power Siphon, it's actually like really good. Charge nodes. And on Hyro, it's like it's probably as soon as you do normal lab and have endurance power charge clicked. Like as soon as you have that, Power Siphon is probably already better by a little bit. and then the gap only grows. But the coverage of Parsec might not feel that good early because it's like the skill is kind of target locked. But I didn't have Pierce when I first started playing it. Since I put Pierce in, it's always been fine. The clear, yeah, Power 7 coverage is not the best at low levels. The dam though, like, goddamn, the dam. On a 3-link totem. Whetstone. Powercast Archmage? Nope. ABF clustering. Yeah, pardoning is nice, but I need to find a way to get a bunch of cold damage in this build. Because I want to shatter. Like, I want to fucking shatter, man. Wandering Forge cold. Cold damage spells, dispels on this patch. Oh, it's a sledgehammer. Amen, Sarge. Next patch. Quandric, you know how sad I'm gonna be if the wands suck? Like, what if next patch hits and it's just like the attack wands are 1.6 speed, 8 crit, the same as imbued, and they just don't have an implicit because it says Canal Caster instead. They just don't have spell damage. That'd be insane, yeah. Surely it won't happen.
I must have time to gather.
Consider lightning resistance are so tanky versus me right now.
Your loyalty has gone unrewarded. Go to God. He shall have you.
Imbued wand. I don't need this waypoint here. Yep, why am I in a corner? Probably should have entered. These high sponsors are so tanky. And so powerful compared to like everything else in the act. I guess they have blocks attacks, they just take half damage. Bro, why are you ghosted? That's not cool. Ow. So I might as well always do the trial first. There's gonna be a portal here.
I must have time.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
I am no beast of burden.
Get shit out of my inventory. Ow.
Until next time.
0 essences. Alchemy orb. Ooh. Yeah, if it wasn't 3 prefixes, it'd be good. Attack speed, shit spell damage roll. After lightning, that'd be good enough. Power 7 non-fixture mines. Nope. Self-cast and totems. Can you believe it? Knights of Pen. Ow. As soon as something says lightning resist, it's just like no damage. I have 0 pen right now. 0 pen, 0 shred. Maybe trash leveling. You can't really play Kinetic Blast until you have at least +2 proj from the tree, typically. Like, you could play it on the support, but you really don't want to. So like as soon as you path to multi-shot and one mastery, you can play Kinetic Blast. Prison Wave, yeah, I might click that, we'll see. I probably should on this build, on this version of the build.
There is nothing else.
Don't really make something noise.
See you. Hello. Be careful.
But it's not on the other version, so. Grab Arcane Blows. Prison Weave. Like, Prison Weave, definitely very good. Arcane Sanctuary, what's that one do? Oh, I didn't block with shield. Not up here. Wait, where did that move to? Oh shit, that's over here now. I forgot that's what the subblock notes were. Doja's tenure? Oh yeah, Doja's tenure goes fucking hard on this build for sure. Unlikely to have that though, and it's self on the first start run. In trade, you can buy it pretty early, like pretty early. One through 9 home cooked kinetic rain builds, me too. Kinetic rain, low life, bloodthirst, juggernaut. Poison.
I must have time to gather.
I know I'm going the wrong way, but I wanted to finish the loop. Trauma. I don't know how that one would work, but he'll find a way. 5 pin worth taking on Zerker if you're bad. I take 5 pin on Zerker in hardcore. Like Rite of Ruin, Warbringer to 5 pain is what I was doing on Zerker. Going 10 out of 10? Of course not. Always bet on him. Damn, that'd be good if it wasn't on that base, but
Stay out of the shadow.
don't fuck with that base. 11 build. Any good leveling up Trickster with this build and switch for ES later? For ES later. I mean, Trickster can play Power Siphon Mines. It's still functional as a League Start build. Kind of. But, like, after the last Trickster nerf and the Suppression nerf, the build, like, it got nerfed a lot in 326. And they got nerfed a little in 327. But it already, like, went from, like, S tier to, like, A tier, I think, in 326. Where, like, if you don't have Merlin's Fallacy, you kind of... Like, your damage ceiling cap's well below tier 17s. Like, not even close. Like, your damage ceiling cap's at, like, comfortably doing 16s and, like, Minotaur, like, Shaper Guardian stuff. Like, that's the cap of the damage in the build, reasonably. On the mine version. wonder what the totem self-cast version would feel like instead of the mine version. RPS so the Archmages log in. Might look into that one as well. Or possible like early game setups for the build. If I send someone to Archmage or regular, I really don't know. I've put zero thought into this. I'm just kind of clicking random nodes and attacking monsters. But I don't see why you couldn't do the same general idea on both. They scale with all the same stats. Like the totem build just clicks like the keystone and then clicks like 4 totem nodes. Well, maybe you can't totem it actually. Not sure, I didn't check. It says it should work. Totems don't have mana. That makes sense. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense because don't people play that build on totems almost always normally? So it has to go off your mana. Oh, for Aberrant's question? No, sorry. We're dead. Not dead, not dead. Always alive. Get me out of BA.
Take care. Yes. Take care.
You want to go to power charge, I guess, now? Making a build guide. Whenever I actually settle on a build, I will make a League Start POV with like leveling trees and gems and whatnot for that build. That won't be for at least like 4 days. Like I'll make that the day before the league comes out. And the version for Slammer is already made and in my 3.26 folder because nothing actually changed about that build at all, really. Except maybe late game you'll play a bloodline ascendency. Maybe, but for everything up to like pretty, decently deep into the end game, it's going to be the exact same as it was last patch. If they killed Slinger, I don't even remember. It was so long ago. Slams only feel clunky if you're building them wrong. If you build slams with like full auto exerts like I do, like genuinely 5 Warcries on auto exert, 1 self cast. And that 1 self cast you only use on pure single target, like big tanky single target. You just leave slam and right click and blow up the screen with like a basically 9 radius slam.
Whetstone.
I must confess, it will be good to see my family
Those
again.
boots might be insane. So it's still pretty good though. Just they're pure dex boots, so we can't lose them very easily. Pyro clustering has spare points for bloodlines. It doesn't even use the last 2 points. It's one of the main reasons I'm looking at the build. It's genuinely a 6-point build. Last 2 points, click 2 travel nodes that don't do anything for your build. Oh yeah, Ranger definitely was stronger at this point. But Ranger has no way to possibly scale into a good demon setup in the endgame. Very Glass Cannon. This can definitely scale into tanky endgame. Pathfinder Mamba is very squishy. I've never seen a version of it built that looked like it had like real defense to survive in
Take care.
like Juice 17 content
See ya.
in hardcore.
Yes.
It's like softcore tanky.
Be careful. Yes. Take
Even the CI mana stack versions with like full int stacker, like best case scenario is like 12k yes, with no recovery on block, no spell block. It's like good enough. Like it's 100% like tanky and softcore and still decent, even in hardcore at those standards, but. Like okay at that stage, but that's like genuine full best everything. Like the same kind of gear that like my 30k ES Trickster has. I want to wear a shield. I have gotten addicted to playing with recovery on block and block. It's so nice not having to worry about like all of the multi-hit bullshit. Like you kill some 217 monsters and they spawn these fucking circles that chase you for 90 seconds that explode 50 times each. It's like, I got block, recovery on block, they can't hurt me. A bunch of Ophidians shoot a bunch of GMP bullshit at you and there's 900 hits. Chillin'. Vibing.
See ya.
One more level for my power charge, and I think I'm gonna be almost quick after that. Animate Water and Star. I'm not saying to play this. I'm literally playing this because I don't know how strong it is. And I want to find out. And the only way to do that is to play it, because I trust no one. I do feel like our mirror power siphon mine's already doing a lot more single player than this though at this point. But also, like, I'm like an in-between character right now, pathing for a build that is not the one that I'm currently playing, stacking into points that don't even currently help me, so it makes sense that I'm not going to be as strong as a proper, fully synergistic character. And my wand has like 40 spell damage on it, and crafted attack speed, so. But that's just kind of how wands go this patch. Like, if you have a good wand, like, you basically like got like the equivalent rarity of like a mage butt in the campaign. Considering Ellie Wander at all? I'll look into it later. I kind of jugged it around a bit. But the only way I would really consider that, I think, is if they don't nerf that Herald node. But I think they're going to nerf that Herald node before it comes out. Is Jung's Necro Intent just Corpse Pact?
An emperor must bear two.
I guess it's like Corpse Pact, and then it's also a bunch of increased area of effect, which is kind of good for the build. And then you can do some offering stuff. I don't know if it's like full offering always, but like some offering stuff. I don't know how good Mistress is nowadays. You get what, like 20% effect of the offerings? The 10 is like golems die. Yeah, I'm sure they'll die every now and then. Respect Essence gotten good. Oh, Essence gotten. Is it for like CI and stack? That's why it's Essence gotten. I guess you kind of don't have many other choices because Commander's not that insane for that build. Yeah, you cannot get spell damage on new wand bases except from like recombinating or Woe Essence. But Woe Essence should work. The biggest concern for me with those wands isn't that you can't get spell damage natty, it's that if they don't have an implicit, their base attack stats better be really fucking good. Like at least 1.26 attack speed and like 9 crit, or like 1.78 crit at least, like minimum. Otherwise they're just genuinely worse than immune ones, and that would be a big letdown. Hope for the best.
See ya.
Power charge. Alright. Power charge and what do I want to do? can go ahead and go down to mark nodes and add in mark on hit, sniper's mark, or assassin's mark, or sniper's mark. Also, what's my crit up to? 90 crit chance, 4 crit multi. I'll go up fast. Yeah, like Mark Mastery, Frenzy, Leech stuff sounds playable. I think I'm going to go ahead and click these outer end nodes, and I'm going to be unspecking all of the Witch start and the Templar start soon. You get one crit resist rare. Yeah, I think crit resist and like, well, mainly crit resist is like one of the last Archden mods that I fucking hate so much. I hate blocks attacks too, but that one at least has a counter. Crit resist should be 50%, not 100%. Is it still 100? So originally it was 100, and then it got nerfed down to 75 because Archnem was too bullshit. And then when they like nerfed Archnem by unnaming it and making it called normal mods again, they made it 100 again. Dead. We're dead. We're dead. I would have logged in hardcore. Which means for a build with like 500 crit multi, which is like not even that high. High crit multi builds like 700-800. Crit resist is the equivalent to like 700 or like 600% monster life. Some crazy ass number. The same as like 83% less damage taken. I think is kind of silly. I feel like a random singular rare mod on a rare should never more than double its defense against you. That should be like the peak. Like one rare mod gives them like 50 block, 50% less from crits, 100% more life, plus 50% resist, kind of thing. It blocks attacks isn't that bad unless it spawns on a monster that already has a shield on. Because every monster that's wearing a shield in this game has baseline like 30 to 40 block, if not more in some cases. And then instead of it being plus 50 block, it brings it up to like 80 or 90, and you're just sitting there attacking it like never dealing damage. But that's why on every single typo that I can, I try to get the mastery. Because it's just better. Like when you're playing a Fizz build, you have 100% overwhelm and cannot have attacks blocked. It's just nice, like your damage is always consistent. You don't run into like random things that are just like bullshit tanky, you're just like always vibing. And that consistency is worth a lot. Yeah, there's one more bloodline to come out still. The breach one, right? You almost won.
Yes?
Yes.
one nice woe essence. Person in B1, 37%. Boom! Nice. We actually got one with open prefix this time. This is quite large for my character. Let's see. 33355. That's less than I thought it would be. 356563. I guess the attack speed's pretty good, huh? Like, you really don't need flat on your wand. Like, spell damage and attack speed and crit and stuff are, like, kind of good. The Wrath level? Yeah, I guess he has the Wrath level too. That was a pretty decent wand. This one's still better by a little bit. Now, that does no damage. Like, I don't have Chaos Res.
Well, once more. Time and tide wait for no man.
Thanks for the raid, bud. My build sucks. Thank God. I thought it was the best build ever, but now I know. Now I know. We'll find out soon. How do I turn around Bricktop's Herald? Which I almost never do. I would almost never make the choice. And it rolls lightning resist. Am I baiting into Wander? There's just a lot of wand support being added to this patch, so if it's ever going to be good, it's going to be this one, right? They have a Freezing Pulse. I'm surprised if Freezing Pulse ever saw play again after the nerf to shotgunning back in like fucking 2014. There was like a little bit there. People were playing it as a totem build and it like wasn't terrible. I think that was just because totems got during that patch. Totems got like free GMP with Rena Splinters with like no downside or something. I think it was even an upside, wasn't it? Like, I think that gem was increased damage for a while instead of reduced. I think. I could be misremembering that, but I think it was. I think that's why it was for a little bit it was a thing. Self-Mental pre-nerf? Yeah, Self-Mental was also OP as fuck with self-flag. I played like Arc Totems with that, which then became Stormcall Totems because Arc single target wasn't high enough, but that build felt fucking sick. Oh, bullshit. He spawned on my face. Not fair.
legal return. Bannon, you. For freedom.
Okay, so we got rid of that. I can go ahead and drop the start nodes whenever I want to. I'm gonna head down. I think I'll drop these because they're kind of weak. I'll keep the witch ones because they're better, but I kind of need to go ahead and play a mark instead of a curse at this point as well.
Must have time to gather. Go with God.
An emperor must.
We're off to do the lab. The wonderful lab of lab.
If you're thinking about dying, trust away them.
Nice, rest cap now. I'll wear this amulet soon, I think. Need some more life. Ow. Yeah, power set is for leveling, and then we're gonna use KBF clustering eventually. Eventually. A Hyro, because Hyro's got all the good mana shit. And that skill scales off of mana. Can't be good when they had to overlap and they did, and then it was DOA. I mean, I wouldn't say it's DOA. It's definitely a scope that people play. This auto's kind of fucked, huh?
Rest now, my brother.
Yes. For freedom.
Like, my expectation is that when I swap to it, it's gonna suck. And that I should get a higher gear level before I play it. But that's not gonna stop me. Like, I'll just drop some life nodes and figure it out. Should I have no life nodes to drop? I'll figure it out.
The goddess is watching.
I must have time to gather.
Fuck. I'm pretty sure my KB Gem is in my all swap.
The weary traveler Trineltra is only as efficient as those he commands. Accept no impasse. You are inexhaustible. Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
Hi, slow. That's one thing I miss about the Deadeye a lot. Got the move speed of Deadeye right off the bat. Like right off the rip, you're just fucking fast. You got Tailwind, you got move speed in your Ranger tree. What do these items do then? A brine rot flag? Is that a flag? It's a flag on the field. Minus 1 character.
Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door. Let the day dawn golden with possibility. When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without blemish. Strength to entertain doubt is to dance with the wind. Claim your inheritance. You were born for this.
My second kills are pretty fast. Case over KB. Power Siphon is like almost unbeatable damage in the early game. The crit skill it gets is just like so exceptional right off the bat. And then it gets outscaled as every other build catches up in crit investment in the end game.
Aspirant can afford to be promising. An empire awaits you with open jaws. Claw your way to the top. You are free.
I am no beast of burden.
Man. Yeah, one shot it, nice. Need for water though.
Good tidings to you.
Or why is it on a moonstone ring? Why is it on a moonstone ring? Insta swap? No, I need quality first. Do they just ballot? I get crazy. We go from quality. Added fizz. You go to 13% of maximum mana. Added fizz, not added. Oh damn, it's not added maximum fizz. So it's even minimum maximum. So you have like no roll range. So lucky damage doesn't help you. Unlucky. But also at the same time, it's kind of neat. I'm gonna flee, go sleep, because right now is sleep-ish time. Tomorrow I'm gonna finish farming Merc Lab on this character, set up a mapping filter, get my quality on that gem, and then actually do some Atlas progression on KBF clustering and see how it feels. I'm pretty sure it's gonna suck bad with my current gear and tree. Like I don't think I'm gonna have anywhere near enough mana for this to be smart. But I know if I had to, I could power siphon to tier 10s easily. If I had to. It's gonna be self-attack, no totem.